Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the May 13th, 2026 Annual Town Meeting. At this time, I want to bring it to order. Thank you. I guess we do have a line outside, so I'm just going to kind of go over some stuff, but we're not going to actually technically start the meeting. Can you hear me now? Yeah. So, okay. So the speakers up on the sides here do not work. So there's nothing they can do about that. All right. So as far as the fire exits go, in the event of an emergency and we have to exit, if you're on stage, you can exit left or right. Everyone else in the audience that came in, I would go the exact same way you entered the building. Go out those fire doors, take a right, and take another right out the main entrance. If you can't go out that way, you can go out the back way, where you would take a left and go down and follow the fire exit signs, and it will put you in the very back of the parking lot. If you notice up on the stage, we have some new flags, and before we begin the salute to the flag, I want to take a moment to point out that the flag sets, both federal and state, are a brand new match set. They have been presented as a gift to the town and school by the Templeton Lions Club, which they do really a lot for this for the town, and we thank them very much for the donation of those flags. Okay, if you'll all join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I want to let everyone know that the constable's return of the warrant was properly served. At this time, I want to notify everyone that my 3 times up 2-minute rule is going to be in effect, and the 2-minute will be on the screen tonight. Can we take a moment of silence for the afflicted or recently departed residents of Templeton? Thank you for that. Okay, I want to go over the clickers a little bit with everybody so that you feel comfortable. If you look at them, you'll see that there's a green yes button and a red no button, and there's a little screen up in the top. And we're going to do a test. We're going to do a test question, and we can all try it and see how it works. So when you press yes or no, it will show in the screen. It will show that you voted. I'm going to give 20 seconds. And you'll see it on the screen when we do it. Are you guys all set? Does everyone feel comfortable with that? And we'll do a test run, and you can try it. So you either just press yes or no. You put the 20 seconds up. No. Okay, it's open. See the timer? So press yes or no. Okay, voting is ended. Just give them a second to show them. So you can see that we had 150 yeses, 37 noes, for a total of 187. And that will be like that for every article that we do. Okay. I'd like to start off, Article 1.
Mr. Moderator, Article 1. A 4/5 vote is required. I move to authorize the payment of late bills from the prior fiscal...
Don't do that.
Article 1 requires a 4/5 vote. I move to authorize the payment of late bills from the prior fiscal year from fiscal year 2026 budget of the following departments in the following amounts. The Select Board, Van Pool, the amount $2,955.50. The Department of Public Services, the Impact Fire, $157. Department of Public Services, WB Mason, $48.87.
Can I get a second? Second, thank you. Advisory?
Advisory recommends favorable action on this article with 4 yes votes.
Okay, thank you. Do you have anything else to add before we open up to the floor? Okay, I want to open up Article 1 to questions and comments. Anyone has any questions or comments on Article 1, now is your time. Okay, seeing no one going up to the mics, we're going to go right to vote on Article 1. Yeah, go to vote. Okay, you may vote now on Article 1.
Sir, can I say something? People are looking at the voter's guide because it came in the beginning. The warrant is further back on page 33. So if you want to look at the numbers, you have to look at the warrant or at whatever he puts up on the screen. There's a difference between the two.
Yes, there will be a difference. They're limited on what they can actually put on the screen. Yes, close the vote, please. All right, and that was a 4/5, which was 80%. And you see 161 said yes, 19 said no, and it did pass by 4/5 at 610. Article 2.
Article 2, fiscal year 2026 operating budget amendments. To see if the town will vote to appropriate the sum of $385,678.00 for supplemental appropriations to the fiscal year 2026 operating budget as follows. Department, Public Services, $18,572 for settlement of union contract. Snow and Ice, $275,110 for FY26 deficit. And Health Insurance, $91,996 for mid-year deficit payment, and to meet said appropriation by a transfer of said sum from certified free cash. Majority vote required.
Can I get a second? Thank you. Advisory?
The Advisory Committee recommends a favorable action on this article with 3 yes votes and 1 abstention.
Thank you. Do you have anything more to add on Article 2? All right, I'll open up the floor to questions and comments on Article 2. Okay, I don't see anyone headed to the mic, so we're going to go right to vote on Article 2. Okay, you can vote on Article 2 now. Okay, the vote is closed. All right, you can see it's a majority, and it passed at 612. Article 3, please.
Article 3, TCTV supplemental appropriation. Motion 1. I move to appropriate the sum of $22,000 and no cents to the Cable Department for a supplement appropriation to its fiscal year 2026 operating budget to total in the aggregate for the sum of $200,650 and no cents, and to meet said appropriation by a transfer of said sum from retaining earnings of the cable fund.
Can I get a second? Thank you. Advisory?
The advisory committee recommends favorable action to this article with 4 yes votes.
Okay, I'll open up the floor to questions and comments on Article 3. Go ahead, please.
Evening. Steve Castle, TCTV Director, resident of Pale Factory Road. We debated reducing this number to our needs for personnel. However, we have some extra expenses, and it would be cleaner for us to just take the $22,000 as we originally intended for now, because we may have to come back in November for retained earnings again. Anyways, this would be better for accounting. It'd be better for tonight because we don't have to make another amendment, and there may be some others that are awaiting. And just a reminder, this was passed at the November town meeting, but the town had not certified free cash or retained earnings, so it was voided. So.
Okay, any other questions or comments on Article 3? Going once, going twice. All right, we're going to go to vote on Article 3. Okay, you can begin voting. Okay, voting's closed. Okay, and you can see it's a majority vote, and that passed at 6:15. Article 4, please.
Mr. Moderator, Article 4, deposit to the Capital Stabilization Fund. I move to appropriate the sum of $55,061 and no cents into the Capital CapEx Stabilization account, and to meet said appropriation by a transfer of said sum from certified free cash.
Can I get a second? Thank you. Advisory?
The advisory committee recommends favorable action on this article with 4 yes votes.
Okay, does the Select Board have anything else to add to that before I open up? No? Okay, I'm going to open up questions and comments to Article 4, to the floor. Okay, seeing no questions, we're going to go to vote on Article 4. Yeah. Hold on, they had a little technical glitch here. We're gonna have to reset and revote on Article 4. Yeah. It's not coming up on the screen. No. Okay, let's try this one more time on the vote. Okay, we're going to close out the vote. All right, and you can see Article 4 passed at 6:20. Article 5, please.
Mr. Moderator, Article 5 is a capital item, majority vote required. I move to appropriate the sum of $32,000 and no cents as follows. Public Services, Town Hall window replacement, $25,000. At the request of NRSD, bulletproof resistant glass at the Templeton Elementary School for $7,000, and to meet said appropriation by a transfer of said sum from certified free cash.
Second.
Thank you for the second. Advisory.
The Advisory Committee recommends favorable action on this article with 4 yes votes.
Okay. I'd like to open up Article 5 to any questions or comments. Okay, seeing none, we're going to go to vote on Article 5. Okay, begin voting, please. Okay, going to close the vote on Article 5. All right, you can see Article 5 passed, 148 to 39 at 6:22. Article 6, please.
Mr. Moderator, Article 6, Fiscal Year 2026 Sewer Department Operating Budget Supplement. Motion. I move to appropriate the sum of $20,399 to the Sewer Department for supplemental appropriations to the fiscal year 2026 operating budget, and to meet said appropriation by transfer of retained earnings from the Sewer Enterprise Fund.
Second, thank you. Advisory?
The Advisory Committee recommends favorable action on this article with 4 yes votes.
Okay, thank you. Any questions or comments on Article 6? Okay, seeing no one headed down, we're going to go to vote on Article 6. You can vote now, please. Okay, close the voting on Article 6. You can see Article 6 passed at 623. Article 7, please.
Article 7, Consent Agenda. Motion 1. I move to appropriate the items listed under the consent agenda as stated in the 2026 annual town meeting warrant.
Can I get a second? Thank you. Advisory?
The Advisory Committee recommends favorable action on this article with 4 yes votes.
Okay, I'm going to open up the floor to questions and comments on Article 7. Okay, having seen none, we're going to go to vote on Article 7. You can begin voting. Close the voting on Article 7. Okay, we can see Article 7 passed at 625. Article 8, please.
Mr. Moderator, Article 8, funding of the community preservation accounts, submitted by the Select Board on behalf of the Community Preservation Committee, majority vote required. I move to appropriate the sum of $410,000 and no cents to several accounts of the Community Preservation Committee as recommended by the Community Preservation Committee as follows. Administrative account, $20,500, 5% of the total. Historic Resources Reserve, $41,000, 10% of the total. Community Housing Reserve, $41,000, 10% of the total. Open Space and Recreation Reserve, $41,000, 10% of the total. General Reserve, $266,500, 65% of the total, for a total of $410,000 even, 100%. And to meet that appropriation by a transfer from the Community Preservation annual revenues, which include the amount to be collected as a surcharge on real property and the November 2026 state match for CPC permissible expenses.
Can I get a second? Thank you. Advisory?
The Advisory Committee recommends favorable action on this article with 4 yes votes.
Okay, I'm going to open up the floor to any questions or comments on Article 8. Okay, having seen none, we'll go to vote on Article 8. Can vote, please. Okay, close out the voting on Article 8. And you can see Article 8 passed at 627. Article 9, please.
Mr. Moderator, Article 9, CPA funding for the Heroes Park project. Majority vote required. I move to appropriate the sum of $330,000 and no cents for the Heroes Project Park as follows. The agent to expand his Park and Recreation Commission, the amount was $330,000 and no cents. Purpose of Heroes Park, funded from the CPA funding source of the undesignated fund, and to meet said appropriation by a transfer from the Community Preservation Act Fund undesignated.
Can I get a second? Second, thank you. Advisory?
The Advisory Committee recommends favorable action on this article with 4 yes votes.
Okay, thank you. I'll open up the floor to questions and comments. Article 9. Okay, going once, twice. All right, we're going to go to vote on Article 9. What? You have a question? Hold on. Yeah. You have to come up to the mic.
Can you explain what the Heroes Park is?
You have to go to the mic. It's in the rules.
I'll explain it. Let's get up. Ken McClure, Bridge Street, Baldwinville. Heroes Park is a project led by Jim Brielle to take place over at Houghton Park. It's part of the master plan over there. It's war memorials, essentially.
Okay, thank you. I know what you said, Jim Brielle.
Yeah. Several granite stones, some benches, low maintenance. All the etching will be off the ground. There'll be no snow and ice removal done during the winter. They put a lot of time and effort, and they've gotten a ton of signatures. They're working diligently. Everyone should have got something in the mail from the light company at one point.
Yeah, that's good. Thank
Okay,
you.
thank you for that. All right, we're going to go to vote on Article 9. Okay, please vote now. Okay, close the voting on Article 9. Okay, Article 9 passed at 6:30. Article 10, please.
Mr. Moderator, Article 10, CPA funding for open space and recreation plan. Motion. I move to appropriate the sum of $32,000 and no cents from the CPA Open Space Reserve account for the above-mentioned project as follows. Item to expend is the Open Space Committee. The amount is $32,000. The purpose is OSRP, and the CPA funds and source is $32,000 from open space.
Can I get a second? Thank you. Advisory?
The Advisory Committee recommends favorable action on this article with 4 yes votes.
Okay. I'll open up the floor to questions and comments. Article 10. Okay, don't see anybody coming down to the mic, so we're going to go to vote on Article 10. Oh, the vote's open. Okay, we can close the voting on Article 10. And you can see Article 10 passed at 6:32. Article 11, please.
Mr. Moderator, Article 11, acceptance of the Clause 37A exemption for blind persons. Motion 1, I move to accept the provision of the Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 59, Section 5, Clause 37A, as amended, relative to the increased real estate tax exemption for legally blind persons who meet the established ownership and residence requirement.
Second.
Second, thank you. Advisory?
The Advisory Committee recommends favorable action on this article with 4 yes votes.
Open up the floor to Article 11 for questions and comments. Okay, going once, going twice. All right, we're going to go to vote on Article 11. You can vote now, please. Okay, close the vote on Article 11. All right, Article 11 passed at 6:33. Article 12, please.
Mr. Moderator, Article 12, exemption amount cost of living adjustment clause 17D for certain seniors, surviving spouses, and minors, submitted by the Board of Selectmen on behalf of the Board of Assessors, majority vote required. I move to increase the cost of living adjustment as provided by the Department of Revenue to the fiscal year 2027 amount of 2.7% that may be used to increase the exemption granted to certain senior citizens, surviving spouses, and minors under Mass General Law, Chapter 59, Section 5, Clause 17D, which statute was accepted by the town as voted on May 3rd, 1999 at the annual town meeting, Article 17.
Second, thank you. Advisory?
The Advisory Committee recommends favorable action on this article with 4 yes votes.
Okay, I'll open up the floor to questions and comments. Article 12. Okay, don't see any, so we'll go right to vote on Article 12. Okay, begin voting. Okay, close the voting on Article 12. Okay, Article 12 passed at 6:35. Article 13, please.
Mr. Moderator.
Point of order, Mr. Moderator.
Yeah.
Sorry for interrupting. People are reporting problems with the clickers to us, and we're wondering if all the Sorry. Can you hear me? Point of order, people are reporting problems with the clickers, and we're wondering if all the clickers are working. Some clickers don't seem to register anything on the screen, on the clicker. Perhaps we need to go over it again with people? And there are probably 50 votes that aren't being taken on each issue that we've noticed.
If you want, I'll give a couple minutes to anyone who's having a problem. Go switch your clickers. Go get a new one. I went, so when it goes to vote, I'll go over it again, but when it goes to vote, you'll see there was a timer up there. In that time limit, you can press green for yes if you agree with the article, and you press red for no if you don't agree with the article. And in the little screen at the top, it will show a 1. It will show up in the corner that you voted.
How do you know if it's broken when it doesn't clear?
No, So when you're voting, if you press yes or no and it doesn't show anything in the screen, then please take a couple minutes. Anyone who's having a problem, just go get another clicker.
Do you have to get a send or anything?
Yeah, so anyone who's having a problem, please go get a new clicker, and we'll do an entire new test vote to check them out. Yes,
I can't hear anything.
Yeah, they need to do like a couple of. Oh yeah, I think that they need to do full test. Well, the numbers
Which clicker do you want?
I would say, I think they need to do like a full blown test, like how many registered voters we have, and then say everybody, how many registered ones, like a and then also range and it has like at least it's what I would like maybe everybody in the back see if you're ready. I would do those two things. That would be my I told Steve, so hopefully he's going to tell that one. I mean, I don't live in town. But yeah, I think that would be a way of fixing it. That would be a test for the events. Just to make sure all the
Are you behaving? Me either. Me too. I'm waiting to talk to the school because I can't hear them. TCTV needs to turn off. And the clicker thing
Oh, no worries.
Okay, thank you for bearing with me. If you did not get a voter's guide, because I know they didn't make enough, there are some in the front here, if you want to come and grab one, and there's more coming. So I guess we were short. All right, did everyone get a chance to go out and get a new clicker? Anyone who thought they were having a problem or had a problem, did you get a chance to go out and get a new clicker?
Do you want one?
All right, so I'll go over the clickers again. When we're going to do another test question to see if these are all working, and I would ask that when we do it, everybody either press yes or no. So on the clickers, and I know there's some different ones out there, but the green says yes next to it, and the red says no. When you vote, it will show either a 1 or an A for a yes, and on a no, it'll show a 2 or B in that little screen. And then after the vote's closed out, it should go back to blank, which I'm understanding many people that wasn't happening.
How about everybody press the no so we see if everybody is going to the same thing?
If you want to do that, we'll do a test screen. We'll do another test one, and it's going to show, they set it up so we can show every clicker what you voted. It'll show every number, what it voted. So, but we can do that. We can all vote no and see if it shows up that way. So let's get ready. Can you guys get the test? All right, so if everyone agrees with that, we'll just all vote no on the test question, which is they're going to put up.
Vote now.
Okay, it's open, you can vote. Everyone just please press no so we can see how many we have. Yes, we can scroll through. So, yeah, let's scroll through the numbers so we can see.
Raise your frickin' hand.
Well, there's 274 voters. All right, so we had 280 out. It looks like 6 people. If you know your number and you see it up there.
Go too fast.
Did it? All right, we can. Can you go slower?
Go back to screen.
So the black one, which ones are right? I think that they have stickers that's what I mean. All right, the white ones, the ones that aren't
Excuse me, Mr. Moderator. That shows up there that there's 274 clickers that are doing something. And on the first 13 votes, the highest number was 184. That means that there's almost 100 votes that weren't being registered if people are using their clickers.
Yes, I understand that. All right, was there anybody who had an issue on this test run this time? Did anybody notice their number that you clicked it and you didn't get your number?
I'd like to say something. As someone who came in late, a lot of us came in late, and that's a big portion of why those numbers were off in the later sections.
People's voices are more accurate than electronic devices.
Julie, do you have something?
Yeah, Mr. Moderator, I'm just asking that TCTV turn up the volume of their mics.
Okay, Steve, is there any way you guys can make it louder for everyone so everyone can hear it better? All right, is everybody comfortable now? But you got. If someone's not comfortable, please come up and tell me why. Otherwise, I'd like to go back to the meeting. Is the volume up better? Can you hear me better?
We're going to start over, right?
No.
Mr. Moderator, I would suggest we do hands.
I second that.
I'd like to make a motion, we start over. It didn't work. You don't get it. It didn't work.
That's not.
Mr. Moderator.
Go ahead, please.
Could the people that came in late stand up so we can get an idea of if it's 100 or not?
All right. Let me.
Figure out these things working and start over. Mine was stuck along with the other people. Let's do it over.
Well, so what? The vote has been taken on these articles, but what you can do, if anyone is questioning any particular article, come up and ask to reconsider, and we can reconsider the article and do it over again.
Shannon Bushy, 25 Brookfield Road. I am concerned about 1 through 13. I want to do 1 through 13
Well,
over.
you have to do them one at a time.
That's right. Go ahead.
So if anybody wants to reconsider an article, if anyone really thinks one of these articles passed that shouldn't have, and you want to reconsider it, now's the time to ask.
I think you can get a legal challenge on every one of those 13 votes if one person files a legal challenge. One. That's all it needs. One person to file a legal challenge, and the whole thing's going to be thrown out. You got to vote over. My apologies. Jack Murphy, 574 Patriots Road.
Is this on? Okay. Ryan Holmquist, Town Council. So the votes have been taken and recorded on all the articles so far. So the only way to change that is to have a motion to reconsider each article and re-vote if necessary. And that is a motion that has to be made for each article to be reconsidered, and then the motion to reconsider has to be voted on, and then the main motion made again if reconsideration is voted.
So I'm asking you now, if there's anybody who really wants to reconsider an article, please have at it. You have to come up and ask. You first, please, sir.
John Thomas, Cross Road. I'm pretty sure that... John Thomas, Cross Road. I'm pretty sure that my clicker wasn't working and my votes were not being recorded because it just stayed on A the whole time regardless. However, most of the motions that we went through were very significantly in favor of, and I don't feel it was a true vote, but in the interest of moving along, I think those articles were fairly straightforward, and the majority, it was a vast majority. So if there was one particular article that we need to go back to, perhaps we should do that. But in the interest of doing something productive tonight, I think we need to move along.
All right. Go ahead, please.
Liz Toth, Gray Road. So I was going to make a motion to start with number 1, but it doesn't sound like everybody wants to do that, so I guess I won't.
I was going to do the same thing.
Make a motion.
No. All right, I'll make the motion to reconsider Article 1.
Got a second on that? All right.
Mr. Moderator, Terry Griffiths, 12 Drury Lane. So the people that were late get to vote. How
Well,
fair is
so-
that?
So procedurally wise, anybody can reconsider a vote. Okay? So I can't stop anybody from reconsidering. If they want to reconsider an article, we have to do it. We have to go to vote on it. And if the vote passes, then we will redo the article.
I'll do it. You did one? Shannon Bushy, 25 Brooks Village Road. I second vote for number 1.
All right, so we're going to put Article 1 back up, and it's a reconsideration vote. So, point of order, please.
You have to vote to re-vote the article before you vote on the article.
No, what we're putting up is the motion is to reconsider the article, and we're going to vote on that. And if that passes, then we'll have to we'll go through Article 1 again. If it fails, we're going to continue to move on. Yes. All right, so everyone's clear. This is to reconsider Article 1. So if you want to go over Article 1 again and vote again, you would vote yes. If you are satisfied with what happened earlier, you would vote no. If it passes, we will go back to Article 1. This is the reconsideration, and can you start voting now as soon as it comes up on the screen? Yeah, open the voting, please. Okay, you can vote if you want to reconsider or not. Okay, we're going to close the vote on the reconsideration. Okay, so reconsidering Article 1 failed, so we're not going back over Article 1. Does anyone, and again, within an hour's time of any article passing, you can ask to reconsider it. So if there's anybody who wants to reconsider another article, except for one now, you can't do that again, it's done.
Pay attention to your screens. Make sure you've got a number on your screen when you're voting.
Yes, yeah, you'll either have a number or some people have a letter depending on what clicker you have. So if a 1 or an A is yes, a 2 or a B is no. And then it should clear out after the vote's done. All right, can we have Article 13?
Mr. Moderator, Article 13, exemption amount adjusted to Clause 41C for certain seniors. Motion, I move to adjust the exemption amount by 25% to $625 for the property tax exemption for senior citizens under Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 59, Section 5, Clause 41C, to be effective for the exemptions granted for any fiscal year beginning on or after July 1, 2026.
Can I get a second? Advisory?
The Advisory Committee recommends favorable action on this article with 4 yes votes.
All right, open the floor up to questions and comments on Article 13. Go ahead, please.
Good evening, Mike Curry, Hubbardston Road. I'm in favor of this article, but I also like to say this is the kind of warrant article that I would expect our community to put in front of the community to say it's serious about protecting the vulnerable populations in town, to make sure that the people who are on fixed incomes or otherwise have some flexibility when given tough fiscal times. So this is a really good article. I'm entirely in favor of it.
Okay, thank you for that comment. Go ahead, sir.
Lawrence Messer, 18 Vernon Street. What's the qualifications for that article?
Does anyone have any answer to that?
You have to be old. What's old, right, Larry?
Go ahead, please.
Hello, Justice Graves, Queen Lake Road. I am the Deputy Assessor, speaking as the Deputy Assessor for the Board of Assessors. So you're talking about what are the qualifications for 41C exemption?
Yes.
Is that what you're asking for? So in general, you have to own and occupy the property. If you don't have legal title on the deed, then you have to be a trustee for the trust that it has, or you have to have a life estate on the property as well. There are some durational occupancy requirements as well. I don't have those in front of me, but that is something that when you applied in the office, we would talk with you about. But you do have to own it for so many years in order to qualify. Additionally, your income for a single person would be $20,000 minus a Social Security COLA that we are given from the Department of Revenue each year. The asset amount for a single person can be, it has to be under $37,721. For married, it's $30,000 for income, again, minus that Social Security deduction that the state gives us, and then the assets are $40,415. Does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any more questions or comments? Okay, hold on a second.
Mr. Moderator?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah,
please.
Justice Graves, Deputy Assessor, speaking for the Board of Assessors. I just also wanted to say that it is for anyone who is over the age of 70, as long as they hit the age of 70 before July 1st or on or before July 1st of the fiscal year in question. In this case, it would be July 1st of 2026 to qualify for a fiscal year 2027 exemption under this article. So just wanted to make that clear. 70 years of age or older. Thank you.
Good job, Justice.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we'll go to vote on Article 13. Okay, you can vote on Article 13 now, please. Okay, I'm going to close the vote on Article 13. Okay, you can see Article 13 passed at 7:10. Article 14, please.
Mr. Moderator, Article 14, senior tax work-off abatement. Majority vote required. I move to amend the vote of the town under Article 27 of the May 16, 2012 annual town meeting as amended by Article 4 of the May 13, 2017 annual town meeting by making certain deletions and additions as follows. For the vote would be the senior tax work-off program for taxpayers over 60 years of age shall provide an abatement not to exceed the maximum abatement allowed under Mass General Law, Chapter 59, Section 5K, as that statute may be amended for each participant upon such terms as the Select Board may establish in compliance with Mass General Law, Chapter 59, Section 5K, said abatements to be paid from the assessor's overlay account.
Second.
Second, please. Thank you. Advisory?
The Advisory Committee recommends favorable action on this article with 4 yes votes.
All right, I'll open up the floor to Article 14 for questions or comments. Okay, seeing no one going for the mic on 14, we will go to vote on Article 14. Okay, you can vote on Article 14. Okay, close the vote on Article 14. And you can see Article 14 passed at 7:14. Article 15, please.
I move to accept the provisions of General Law, Chapter 44, Section 54B, to allow the town trust funds to be invested in accordance with General Law, Chapter 203C, and the so-called prudent investment rule.
Second, thank you. Advisory?
The Advisory Committee recommends favorable action on this article with 4 yes votes.
All right, I'd like to open up the floor to questions and comments. Article 15. Okay, going once, going twice. All right, we're going to go to vote on Article 15. Can vote now? Okay, votes closed on Article 15. All right, you can see Article 15 passed at 7:17. Article 16, please.
Mr. Moderator, Article 16, Tax Title Collection Revolving Fund. Majority vote required. I move to accept the provisions of Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 60, Section 15B, which authorizes the establishment of a tax title collection revolving fund for the purpose of paying expenses incurred by the treasurer-collector in connection with tax takings and tax title foreclosure activities, including but not limited to recording and filing fees, title examinations, mailings, publishings, and advertising costs, land court petitions and service fees, legal fees, all as permitted under General Law, Chapter 60. and further to establish said tax title collection revolving fund upon the recommendation of the Select Board pursuant to General Law, Chapter 60, Section 15, capital B, bracket C, close brackets, and to provide that, 1, there shall be credited to the fund any fees, charges, and costs incurred by the designated municipal officer under General Law, Chapter 60, Sections 15, 55, 62, 65, 68, and 79, and collected upon the redemption of tax titles from the sale of real property acquired through the foreclosure of tax titles. 2, expenditures may be made from the fund without further appropriation, subject to the requirements of General Law, Chapter 41, Sections 52 and 56, and provided no expenditures or liabilities shall be incurred in excess of fund balances or the total amount authorized by town meeting for the fiscal year. 3, interest earned on fund balances shall be treated as general fund revenue as required by statute. 4, for fiscal year FY27, the total authorized expenditures from this fund shall not exceed $23,000. 5, the fund shall be administered in accordance with DLS Information Guideline released, IGR 2016-101, which provides guidance on the use and accounting of tax title revolving funds.
Can I get a second? Second, thank you. Advisory?
The Advisory Committee recommends favorable action on this article with 4 yes votes.
Thank you. I'd like to open up the floor to questions and comments. Article 16. Okay, going once, going twice. We'll go to vote on Article 16. You can start voting. Close the vote on Article 16. Okay, and you can see Article 16 passed at 7:17. Article 17, please.
Mr. Moderator, Article 17, Amendment to the Town Bylaw, Chapter 59, Officers and Employees, Section 59-1B. I move to amend Town Bylaw, Chapter 59, Officers and Employees, Section 59-1B, by making certain additions as follows. Members of the Select Board shall not serve in any other elective capacity on any other town or governmental regional boards, commissions, and committees of which the town of Templeton is a member. Members of the Select Board shall not serve in any other appointed capacity on any other town of Templeton board, commission, or committee.
Second, thank you. Advisory?
The Advisory Committee recommends favorable action on this article with 3 yes votes and 1 abstention.
Okay, open up to the floor to questions on Article 17. Go ahead, please.
Terry Griffiths, 12 Dory Lane. Sorry to wait till the last minute to ask this question. The Massachusetts Municipal Association allows select board members to run for their office, and I'm wondering if that would impact our select board, and also the Chamber of Commerce. If a select board member wanted to sit on the Chamber of Commerce in Gardner, would this impact either one of those or any other? Because it says in the first statement that they can't be on governmental, so I'm just wondering the wording of the first half. I have no problem with the second half, what we're trying to change, but the first half just didn't click with me.
Does anyone have an answer to that?
Mr. Moderator, First, this has been a recommendation from the Department of Revenue's financial review of the town, and the first part of the Select Board not serve in any other elected capacity on other town government regional boards, commissions, or committees, has already been on the books and has already been voted on. The addition comes for Select Board members not to serve on any appointed boards or committees of the town of Templeton. This is per recommendation from the Department of Revenue and the Financial Management Review in 2009 and March of 2021.
Okay, thank you. Do you have a question, sir?
No question. Kenneth McClure, Bridge Street. Mr. Moderator, I move to amend the motion on Article 17 by adding the following language after the final sentence. In addition, no spouse of a sitting Select Board member shall serve in an appointed capacity on the town board, commission, or committee whose recommendations, funding requests, personal matters, or decisions are subject to the authority, review, approval, or oversight to the Select Board.
All right, do you have that amendment in writing and signed?
Yep.
Can I get a second on that? Second, thank you. All right, would you like to explain your amendment any further?
I think Jeff pretty much already did that for me.
Okay. Anyone else have any questions or comments on the amendment to Article 17?
Terry Griffiths, 12 Drury Lane. Mr. Moderator, to my knowledge, when a Select Board member signs warrants, and if they have anybody else in the town employed by the town or on, they write excluding, and then they write that person's name. So they can sign and oversee excluding the family member, according to ethics.
Okay. Thanks for that comment. Do we have any more questions or comments? We good.
Hang on.
Go ahead, please.
I don't think this is necessary either, because if a member of the Select Board or has a family member on another board, if something comes up, they leave the room. They don't vote on it. So I think it may be thrown out by the Attorney General. Just saying. His amendment, that's what I'm saying. The amended, I don't think will fly.
Okay, any more questions or comments on Article 17? I see some movement going on. Give you some time. Okay. All right, I guess they were not coming down to the mic. Okay. Okay, what we're going to do is we're going to vote on that proposed amendment first, and then after that, we have to vote on the main motion. So the first thing we're going to be doing is voting on the amendment, and I'll read it for you again so everyone's clear. And it says, I move to amend the motion by adding the following language after the final sentence. In addition, no spouse of a sitting Select Board member shall serve in an appointed capacity on any town board, commissions, or committee whose recommendations, funding requests, personal matters, or decisions are subject to the authority, review, approval, or oversight of the Select Board. That's the amendment. And that's what did you guys have it all set? And we're going to go to vote on the can vote now. Okay, close the voting on the amendment. Okay. As you can see, the amendment to Article 18 passed at, oh gosh,
Doesn't make any sense.
7:36. Okay, now we're going to go to vote on Article 17. With the amendment in it. Yes, go to vote, please. Okay, you can vote now. Okay, close the voting on Article 17. Okay, Article 17 passed at 7:27. Article 18, please.
Mr. Moderator, amendment to Town Bylaw, Chapter 9, Article 2, Capital Improvements Committee, Section 9-7A, Establishment, Officers, Appointment and Term Vacancies. Motion. I move to amend Town Bylaw, Chapter 9, Article 2, Capital Improvements Committee, Section 9-7A, Establishment, Officers, Appointment and Term Vacancies as follows. There is hereby authorized a Capital Improvement Committee to be composed of 5 members as follows. 1 from the Advisory Committee. 2, 3 from the community at large to be appointed by the Select Board and amended 5-15-2024 Annual Town Meeting by Article 10. 3, the Town Treasurer, Collector, or Designee.
Okay, can I get a second? Second, thank you. Advisory?
The Advisory Committee recommends favorable action on this article with 3 yes votes and 1 abstention.
Okay, I'd like to open the floor up to questions and comments on Article 18. Okay, going once, going twice. We're going to go to vote on Article 18. Okay, you can vote. Okay, close the voting on Article 18. Okay, you can see Article 18 passed at 7:29. Article 19, please.
Mr. Moderator, Article 19, Stormwater Management Bylaw. Motion. I move to delete the current Chapter 235 of the General Bylaw, Stormwater Management, and place it with the new text of Chapter 235, Stormwater Management, as printed in the Article 19 of the warrant.
Can I get a second? Thank you. Advisory?
The Advisory Committee recommends favorable action on this article with 4 yes votes.
All right, if you're looking in your voter guide, you're going to see that article. It's very lengthy. And it says a 2/3 vote required, but that's wrong. It's a majority vote on this article. The 2/3 vote is incorrect. It's a majority vote, just so everyone's aware of that. Are there any questions on the 16 pages of Article 19? Okay, going once, going twice. We're going to go to vote on Article 19. Okay, you can vote on Article 19. Close the voting on Article 19. And see Article 19 passed at 7:37. Article 20, please.
Mr. Moderator, Article 20, set the salaries of elected town officials. Majority vote required. I move, in accordance with Mass General Law, Chapter 41, Section 108, to fix or maintain the salaries of certain elected officials for fiscal year 2027 as follows. Town Clerk, $87,516 yearly. Moderator, $500 yearly. Select Board, each $2,550 yearly. Water Commissioners, each $2,550 yearly, with a subnote paid for by the Enterprise Fund. Sewer Commissioners, each $3,000 yearly. Again, the subnote paid for by an Enterprise Fund. Light Commissioners, each $2,550 yearly. Again, a subnote paid for by the Light Department. Or to take any other action related thereto.
Can I get a second? Second, thank you. Advisory?
The Advisory Committee recommends favorable action on this article with 3 yes votes and 1 abstention.
Okay, I'd like to open up the floor to questions and comments. Article 20.
Point of order, Mr. Moderator. The Selectman said it was for 2027. The board says 2026. Something needs to be corrected.
Okay, so it's for 2027. Can you guys fix that or not? So what I have in front of me says 2027. I believe Mr. Toth read 2027. So that, yes, the 2026 up there is incorrect. It's for 2027. Any questions or comments on Article 20? Okay, it's fixed. All right, seeing none, we're going to go to vote. Article 20. Okay, you can vote now. Okay, close the vote. Article 20 passed at 7:35. Article 21, please.
Mr. Moderator, Article 21, fiscal year 2027 sewer department operating budget. I move to appropriate $2,013,301.30 to operate the sewer department for fiscal year 2027, and the balance from the receipts and revenues to be collected on behalf of the sewer department for said fiscal year.
Second, please. Thank you. Advisory?
The Advisory Committee recommends favorable action on this article with 4 yes votes.
All right, open up the floor to questions and comments. Article 21. Okay, going once, going twice. We're going to go to vote on Article 21. Okay, you can vote. Close the vote on Article 21. Okay. Article 21 passed at 7:38. Article 22, please.
Mr. Moderator, Article 22, FY 2027 Cable Department Operating Budget. Motion. I move to appropriate $110,000 to operate the Cable Department for fiscal year 2027 and to meet said appropriations from the receipts and revenues to be collected on behalf of the Cable Department and for said fiscal year, and to appropriate $11,327 contingent, no cents, contingent, however, on the affirmative vote of the town on ballot item number 1A or 1B at the annual town election, which is an override authorization of $2 million or $4 million.
Can I get a second? Thank you. Advisory?
The Advisory Committee recommends favorable action on this article with 4 yes votes.
Thank you. I'll open up the floor to Article 22 for questions and comments. Go ahead, sir.
Yes, Steve Castle, TCTV Director, Pale Factory Road. I offer an amendment to this to change $110,000 to $160,000, and that's an increase of $50,000. And at the end of the article, to add and to transfer of $50,000 and no cents from certified free cash or other account. And I have that written out for you.
Okay, have that written and signed. Can I get a second on that amendment?
Second.
Thank you. All right, I want to open up the floor to questions and comments. Well, go ahead, Steve.
Yeah. So the reason we're asking you for this is that $110,000 is completely inadequate to run this department and to complete all the services for the town that we do for you. We cover the news, we're filling a news desert. We not only stream the meetings, which this $110,000 budget would pretty much reduce us to. I can't work for you anymore. Some people may like that. But we need to have some operational capacity so we can go out and raise money and be sustainable, as was our goal. Furthermore, we touch a lot of technology. We were asked to help out with an ADA request for a hearing challenged person here, and that's not usually our thing. We've helped out with the clicker situation this evening, and I think everyone saw an hour ago or less that people came to TCTV for that. And we are the ones who alerted the town to this problem. My staff figured out that votes weren't being counted shortly before everybody else did. So we do a lot of services for this town. If you picked up the flyer outside, you'll see just a sample of that, and we can't do that on $110,000. Sewer does a good job, and they have a $2 million worth of receipts. We have $100,000 to $200,000 budget. We are minuscule compared to other enterprise accounts in this town. And the other thing is, most of our bills are paid by cable TV subscribers with fees, and you know what's happening to cable TV. We're losing $40,000 to $60,000 a year on that. And if non-cable TV households in this town, which far outnumber cable TV households now, paid the same amount that cable TV subscribers do to support us, about $75 a year, we would realize $180,000 more dollars, and I would not be standing here asking you for this money. So we ask for your support, and we appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions or comments on the amendment to Article 22?
John Valentine, South Main Street. We're laying off teachers, fire department folks, and getting rid of programs in the school, and we're giving $50,000 for the TV, to the cable company. It doesn't seem like it's proper money spent, given the circumstances of what's going on here.
Go ahead, sir.
Gage Pacier, Farnsworth Road. I'm speaking as a citizen and also as the chairman of the Cable TV Advisory Committee. I just want to highlight a couple things that Steve just mentioned. First of all, the technical support, which is outside the normal scope of what most cable stations do. In fact, TCTV does all the time and is now even just assumed is going to happen at this point. Additionally, all their funding coming from the cable fund, meaning that since tax dollars don't pay, it's really easy to opt out for spending money on TCTV. You can just do what I do. I don't give any money to Comcast, and therefore none of that money that they could be getting goes to TCTV. To reiterate, Comcast pays the bill for TCTV, not you as the taxpayer. So if you have a cable TV subscription, a little bit of that is going to TCTV. If you're like me and only have the internet, no money is going to TCTV, and that's where the reduction in revenue is coming from. That and inflation, which is impacting us on every other part of this discussion. So please keep that in mind when you're considering supporting TCTV. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, please, sir.
Mr. Moderator, Robert May, 137 Shady Lane. I would ask that you allow the town administrator to speak to what this will do to the budget, because I believe all the free cash we have is already allocated. So if you would allow that, I'd appreciate it.
Absolutely, yes.
Good evening, town meeting. James Ryan, Town Administrator. I admire the spirit of the motion, but I just wanted to point out for your benefit that we had already appropriated a number of articles that have used up all the free cash that's available, except for $83,000. That amount of money is being used to balance the budget currently. So if we were to take $50,000 and put it towards this article, we would have to find $50,000 elsewhere in the budget in cuts. So I just wanted to point that out for your benefit. Thank you.
Go ahead, please.
Yeah, Steve Castle, TCTV Director again. We are just asking for a chance. We cannot continue our services as we are on $110,000. It is completely inadequate. You will only get streaming meetings, if that. We may have to cut the public service announcements that we do for every department in town. We should be paid for this stuff. They should be paying for their meetings, and they don't. We have to bill them now for other meeting-related expenses that we incur because of this. And we do a lot of services for this town that you're not going to enjoy. And if only cable TV subscribers are going to pay the bills, why do we keep the YouTube channel on for everybody? I've never wanted to consider this before, but now we have to consider it, shutting it off and only servicing cable TV. Imagine that. More than 2,300 households can opt for our services for free on YouTube and Facebook. Cable TV subscribers pay alone. It is a terrible inequity to them, and they deserve fairness. And that's why I ask you to support this. Thank you.
Go ahead, sir. You had a question? Comment?
John Thomas, Crossroad. I support the amendment to increase the budget for Templeton Cable TV. I don't know where the money can come from, but I realize the value of the service that they provide. If it wasn't for them streaming the meetings and the ability to watch those, you can look at the YouTube hits and there are 475 people watching it, and that's a lot more than in the room right now. So the gentleman previously spoke about cuts to teachers and police and fire. And I think most of us in the room might know about those things only because we've watched it through some of the meetings that have been taped by TCTV.
Thank you. Go ahead, please.
Hi, Julie Richard, 33 Orchard Lane. I support them 110%. However, I feel that fire, police, highway need to be maintained or increased in the next fiscal budget, which I don't see happening with this passing. And on another note, I would feel much better about supporting this if they were covering high school events such as cheerleading, making states, football games, etc., etc. Because a meeting here and there is awesome, but cover our high school students as well. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Steve Castle again. Maybe with an increased budget we can do that. I already had to say no to somebody tonight who wanted us to go tape something, and we don't have the budget to do it. So if we want these services, we need to fund them, plain and simple. Otherwise, we have to go away.
Go ahead, please.
Thank you. Mike Curry, Hubbardston Road. TCTV, you do a great job. Thank you. We all love you. We love the programming. To John, what you said about we wouldn't know if TCTV wasn't there. However, for this argument, I think that the Select Board and the Town Administrator are correct. They're already playing a pretty steep chess game. What I would say, whether you're going to vote yes or no, I'd make a recommendation to the Cable Advisory Committee, Gage, and I've made this recommendation to them before. You've got Montechusett TV, you have revenue ideas. I think that you need to turn your organization into a nonprofit and seek other revenue, not just your retained earnings. You got to think outside the box, buddy. But this isn't going to work, taken from the town when we already are stretched pretty thin. Thank you.
Go ahead.
I agree with what Mr. Curry says to some extent. We are, sorry, I lost my train of thought. We have presented this Select Board with numerous proposals to make us a tech department and fund us, to cover all the meetings that they wanted done, and other proposals as well. We are moving toward trying to get or become a nonprofit, 501c3. However, if we were to do that right now, we would die on the curb. We have asked this town for a little bit of help to get us through this time so that we can increase our show sponsorships, channel sponsorships, and our regional Montechusett TV revenues to be sustainable. And we are trying to bring revenue into this town to do that. We only ask for a chance to do that. I think if the money doesn't come from free cash, it could come from elsewhere. I know for certain that the senior center wanted to give us $15,000 to $30,000 that was left over in their personnel account this year because of all the work we do for them. And they support us, and they want us to continue this. And you know what we found out? A transfer is illegal into our enterprise account. Our enterprise account has become a trap for us. We can't do that. That money's going to go into free cash. It will be there. That money will be there. They can figure out how to make it work. Mr. Bennett, our select board chair, was very instrumental last year in getting us $50,000, and so was Mr. Curry, to help us out at the last minute. We cannot continue functioning this way on $110,000. So please support this. Thank you.
Okay, any more questions or comments on the amendment to Article 22? Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to go to a vote on the amendment to Article 22. I'll read it to you real quick so we're all on the same page. I move to appropriate $160,000 and no cents to operate the cable department fiscal year 2027 and to meet said appropriation from the receipts and revenues to be collected on behalf of the cable department for said fiscal year, and to appropriate $11,327 no cents contingent, however, on an affirmative vote of the town on ballot 1A or 1B at the annual town election, which is an override authorization of $2 million and $4 million, and to transfer of $50,000 and no cents from certified free cash or other account. So we're going to vote on the amendment, and then we're going to vote on the main article. So can we go to vote? On the amendment. Okay, please vote on the amendment. Okay, close the voting on Article 22, on the amended motion. Okay, and you can see the amended motion failed at 7:53. Okay, we're going to go to vote on Article 22, the main motion. Okay, please vote on Article 22. Close the voting on Article 22. Okay, Article 22 passed at 7:54. Article 23, please.
Article 23, funding for ambulance department operations. I move to transfer $628,105 and no cents from the fire department ambulance receipts reserved for appropriation to be spent by the fire chief to pay for the operation of the ambulance service within the fire department during fiscal year '27. This sum contingent on an affirmative vote of the town on ballot item number 1B, which is an override authorization of $4 million, but failing an affirmative vote on ballot item 1B, then to transfer in the alternative the amount of $707,758.00 for the same purpose, and that any unexpended monies in the ambulance budget be returned to the receipts reserved for appropriation account, and that any unexpended balances in the receipts reserved for appropriation account be carried forward to the subsequent fiscal year.
Can I get a second? Second, thank you. Advisory?
The Advisory Committee recommends favorable action on this article with 3 yes votes and 1 abstention.
Open up the floor to questions and comments on Article 23. Going once, going twice. All right, we're going to go to vote on Article 23. Okay, please vote on Article 23. Okay, close the vote on Article 23. Article 23 passed at 7:57. Article 24, please.
Mr. Moderator, Article 24, Montechusett Regional Vocational Technical School. Majority vote required. I move to raise and appropriate the sum of $662,716.00 as the amount assessed upon the town for fiscal year 2027 assessment by the Montechusett Regional Vocational Technical School District for the purposes of educating and transporting the town's enrolled students and capital and debt expenses provided. However, that any stated amount shall be reduced to any lesser amount which will subsequently be certified by the school committee and certified to the town for fiscal year 2027.
Can I get a second?
Second.
Thank you. Advisory?
The Advisory Committee recommends favorable action on this article with 4 yes votes.
Thank you. Open up the floor to questions and comments on Article 24.
Point of order, Administrator. Once again, the screen has the wrong year.
Okay, well, the screen has the wrong year, but the motion I have says the year of 2027, and that's what really counts. All right, they were able to fix that. Any questions or comments on Article 24? Go ahead, please.
Hi, this is Jennifer Scott, Boynton Road. I just need to better understand what a yes or no vote would mean. So if you vote no, would it mean that the students couldn't go to Montechusett Regional Voc?
Does anyone have an answer to that question?
If I may.
Mr. Moderator, that would be correct. We are voting to approve the number with the assessment from Monty Tech, $662,716. That is the assessment for our students to attend that school.
So in other words, if this were to fail, the kids would not be going to Monty Tech.
Okay, thank you very much.
Go ahead, please.
If I may, I need to request permission. I'm Superintendent Tom Brown at Monty Tech, and I'd like to speak on behalf of the school.
Just a second, we'll just have a quick vote. Is everyone in favor of letting him speak, please? Yes? Okay. Any noes? Okay, go ahead, please.
I just wanted, the gentleman in the back who questioned the posted number. It's very important that we do vote for the actual correct number. So the number that was in the warrant, the written number of 662,716 is the number that we need to be voting on, and I understand it was different. On the original screen, it was a different number that was up. And the importance for that is that if you vote and you pass a number that isn't the number that is supposed to be the right number, that's considered a no vote. So that would mean that we would not be able to get. So it's very important that everybody just understands that it's the 662,000 number there that is the number that we're voting on.
That's what I have on there.
Yeah, it was different on the screen, though.
I think it was the date. I think the date was incorrect.
I think the number might have been wrong, too, but.
But.
633,606. Yeah, see, that's, the number up there is wrong right now.
Okay, I see that.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
He'll fix it.
Doing a bang up
Currently from Templeton, there's 77 students attending Monty Tech. It's about 8,600 or so. Yeah.
Does that include the MVP program?
No, that does not include the MVP program. MVP program is a standalone program that we fund and other resources.
Okay, looks like that number's now fixed. Are there any more questions or comments on Article 24? Okay, going once, going twice. We'll go to vote on Article 24. You can vote now, please. Close the vote on Article 24. Okay, see Article 24 passed at 8:03. Article 25, please.
Mr. Moderator, Article 25, Norfolk County Agricultural School tuition. I move to raise and appropriate $30,644.00 to pay for the tuition of a Templeton resident admitted to Norfolk County Agricultural School as required by Chapter 74 of the Massachusetts General Laws.
Second.
Thank you. Advisory?
The Advisory Committee recommends a favorable action on this article with 4 yes votes.
Open up the floor to questions and comments on Article 25.
Why are we sending a kid an hour and a half or hour and 15 minutes away to a different region? Can't hear you. Why are we sending a kid an hour?
If you got to use the mic if you want to ask a question or a comment, you have to step up to the mic. Okay, I don't see anybody wanting to do that, so we're going to go to vote on Article 25. Okay, you can vote now, please.
Okay, I'll listen.
Okay, close the vote on Article 25. Okay, you can see Article 25 passed at 8:05. Article 26, please.
Mr. Moderator, Article 26, Norfolk County Agricultural School Transportation. Motion, I move to raise and appropriate $51,495.00 to pay for the transportation of a Templeton resident admitted to Norfolk County Agricultural School as required by Chapter 74 of the Massachusetts General Laws.
Can I get a second? Second, thank you. Advisory?
The advisory committee recommends favorable action on this article with 4 yes votes.
Any questions or comments on Article 26? Go ahead, please.
Hi, Erin Hardy, Otter River Road, Templeton. Just for clarification, how many students is this for Norfolk Aggie? I'm sorry? 1. So respectfully, and not that I want to deny a kid an agricultural education, but we're willing to spend close to $100,000 for 1 student, but we're going to fight the school system here on MVP and retaining our own teachers. Because that just doesn't make sense to me. That math doesn't math.
It's a law.
Does anyone have an answer to that question?
I'm just trying to figure it out, because then it needs to make it has to be fair then across the board. Because that would include the MVP kids here in Templeton at Narragansett that got accepted into that program.
Life ain't fair, lady.
I'm aware that
right.
life's not fair, but how
All
are we
right,
going to
we're
deny
not
kids
gonna
an
have this.
education
Please.
that they want? That's going to help you, the community, with plumbers and electricians and carpenters. These are the kids that are coming up to replace everybody else who's going to retire. So how do you deny these kids that? Because that's where I'm at.
All right, I think we have...
I have 39 seconds. I have 36.
Do you want an answer? Because I think you have one. But go ahead.
I'm just saying, I have a kid that wants to be a plumber who could someday work in town, but he doesn't get an education at MVP because we're going to cut that so that the school has to live within their means, but we're going to spend close to $100,000 for 1 kid between tuition and busing? Chapter 74, I'm not stupid when it comes to this, but that doesn't make sense.
Do you have an answer to that? Or are you asking?
I don't have an answer.
You don't have an answer? All right, were you up? You're up next if you want.
Hi, my name is Julie Young. I live on Royalston Road. I'm a little confused about the law part that people are saying, but if I work at the school and we've canceled late buses, so like our kids can't even stay after school to study or make up tests, or some can't get home. If that changes it at all, I don't understand why we would spend that large amount of money when we don't even have a late bus.
Go ahead, please.
Mike Curry, Hubbardson Road. So that student is going to be a senior next year. We've been having this discussion since that student was a freshman. People had questioned it. It doesn't make sense in a lot of people's mind, but it is an obligation that this town has. We have one more year of paying for it, so we're in for a penny, we're in for a pound. Let's get the student across the finish line.
That goes for all the other kids too that want books.
Go ahead, please.
Mr. Moderator, I would ask that we allow Dr. Casavant to speak on this, because I had this exact question on the first year and was told that it wasn't an option. So if you would like to speak.
if I can.
Yeah, you can. You're the superintendent. Just say your name and your title.
Stop it. Chris Cassman, Superintendent of Schools. I like it better when Tom's talking. But we're obligated to pay that. Templeton is obligated to pay for both transportation and for the tuition. Why? Because it's part of Chapter 74. We found this out really the hard way. 3 years ago. There's a resident whom wanted to go to Norfolk County Agricultural, and we had to do a lot of research to make sure that this was actually a thing. It is absolutely a thing that the town has to pay both the tuition and the transportation. The only caveat to that is that by their end-of-year reporting, they can claim that, and there's some mechanism to get some of that at the end of year reporting, but otherwise, it's a very large bill for one student.
I don't understand that. I had to pay the tuition for my kids.
Go ahead, please.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't
Go ahead, please.
Terry Griffiths, 12 Drury Lane. In the sweating out of this, coming up to this town meeting, in the school budget, in the town budget, it also occurred to me, what if other parents allowed their children to take tests for Assabet Valley or any other technical school in Massachusetts? The system is broken, and we're going to have some heated discussion on the school bill coming up, but what's to stop other people from following in this footstep? And I hate to deny a person their education, but this could it could snowball. That's all I'm going to say.
Go ahead, please.
Chair. Chris Katzman, Superintendent. I should have mentioned this. It's because Monty Tech does not offer an agricultural program. So the reason why they were able to pick, say, Norfolk Aggie is because that's what this student wanted to pursue. Monty Tech doesn't have that program, and at that point, that's what triggers the ability to, in this case, go to an agricultural Chapter 74 school of choice.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, please.
Lee Baines, State Road. We're talking about money, so what is the legal ramifications, dollar amount we have to pay if we decide to vote no?
Okay, you have an answer, please?
Chris Katzman, Superintendent, I would obviously defer through to the town administrator, but they'll just go ahead and take it. They'll just assess it through Jerry Sheet, and they'll just take it. So.
Go ahead, please.
Yeah, Dennis O'Brien, Baptist Common, Baldwinville Road. If we already paid the tuition, how's the kid going to get to school? We got to get him to school.
Any more questions, comments on Article 26? Okay. Going once, going twice. All right, we're going to go to vote on Article 26. Yes, we're going to vote. Open the vote up, please. Okay, you can vote on Article 26 now, please. Close the vote, please. Okay. Article 26 passed at 8:14. Article 27, please.
Mr. Moderator, Article 27, FY 2027 General Fund Operating OPEX Budget. Motion. I move to raise and appropriate for the operation of the general fund for fiscal year 2027, the sum of $12,427,729.00. Contingency, however, on an affirmative vote on the town on ballot item number 1B at the annual town election, which is an override authorization of the $4 million. But failing an affirmative vote on ballot item 1B, then that the town raises and appropriates in the affirmative the sum of $11,914,215.00. This sum contingent on an affirmative vote of the town on ballot item 1A, which is an override authorization of $2 million. But failing an affirmative vote on either such ballot item 1A or 1B, then the town raises and appropriates the sum of $76,598.00 for said purpose. And to meet said appropriation in part by a transfer from certified free cash of $58,000.00. Contingency upon an affirmative vote of the town on each ballot item 1A or 1B, but failing an affirmative vote on either such ballot item, then to transfer $83,000.00 for from certified free cash.
Can I get a second? Thank you. Advisory, please.
The advisory committee recommends favorable action on this article with 4 yes votes.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to open up the floor to questions and comments on Article 27.
Thank you, Moderator. Ivana Bellarado with Pheasant Den. I don't necessarily have any questions about the budget increase, but I think we're all here today because we care about keeping our town flourishing, stable. We clearly have a lot of passionate opinions here. And I think I just really want to voice that the goal here, hopefully, is to create a sustainable way to increase. Understanding that cost of living is going up, cost of operations are going up, increasing property taxes is not going to keep this town running. It is going to be a very quick solution that is going to continue to grow. And I think with the passion that we're seeing here, it would be great to see more involvement from townspeople on coming together for fundraising, crowdfunding, festival running, to kind of help, I guess, have more say and direction on where these funds are going. I know I personally have reached out to the planning board and have voiced probably in more spots than people would imagine that I am willing to help do that with no cost or funds expected of my own, in terms of, being paid for any of it. But I've spoken with the planning board. We're in the talks. So, I mean, nothing's been said. I'm not saying that. But ultimately, what I would really love before this question is voted on is to just give us just a vague number of where we're functioning now and how that increase is really going to push us into a more sustainable setup, other than one position that will help us somewhat, but not entirely. Thank you.
Does anyone have an answer to that question?
I want to know, I just want to know where we're at now for our funding.
And with this increase, how much is actually going to be expected to keep us moving forward and not just continuing to raise taxes every 4 or 5 years?
Did you watch the selection? Yes, ma'am. Well, then you should.
Hi, Mike Curry, 491 Hubbardston Road. I have an answer.
You have an answer? Then go ahead, please.
I mean, it's a subjective question, subjective answer. How do you make it sustainable? You got to understand what Prop 2.5 is. That's the law. Once you have your budget, $10 million, you get to add 2.5% on that. That doesn't work in every condition. That's why they have these mechanisms to be able to underride or override. So how do you make it sustainable? There's going to be another future article that's going to talk about what is sustainability, because other communities in Massachusetts, other communities have this problem. So looking left and right, how are others doing it? But in this community, what the select board has offered you is it's about time that we wind up talking about an override, because for years we had been working every trick in the book to not have it affect the taxpayers. Every trick in the book. Federal funds, trying to pull money from stabilization and hoping that the next year was going to be a better economic time. But to remain sustainable, you get levy capacity. They've built it into how they've described it in the voter's guide to say, vote for either a $2 or a $4 million. Do not allocate it all. That means your taxes don't go up all the way to $4 million. But they're leaving levy capacity so they can make it sustainable in the 3, 5, 6 year time frame. Does that help out?
I do understand that. Thank you for putting it more in depth. I have been a part of a lot of the select board meetings in the last at least few months, but years, honestly. I've been hitting in every, at least biannually when I can. What I'm trying to get at is from the select board meetings, it seems like there's a lot of confusion, even just in the last 2, where they were like, why are these funds being requested? Is there someone from the department here to explain that? And there wasn't, which not only created confusion for town people observing, but for the select boardmen who are trying to work with the budget that they have in order to keep the library, the senior center, things that are key and essential to this. There are TV programs. I mean, these are all essential needs. So my question is, aside from a planning board associate who is supposed to get grants, are these funds that are going into different departments also going to allow these departments to better budget, to better allocate their budgets, because it doesn't seem that they're tracking it as closely as they could, not be intentionally, but it seems like year over year we're creating a gap that suddenly is a $4 million increase. And so I just would like to make, it wasn't so much of a question as it was, are there things actually being put in place here that if this override occurs, this is not something that is going to happen in another 2 years from now, as we're seeing in many other towns in Massachusetts.
Okay, did you want to go next, sir? Go ahead.
Kenneth McClure, Bridge Street. While I read this next paragraph, turn to Appendix B in your town guide, if you got one, and start looking at the numbers of this budget. As Chair of Parks and Recs Commission, I want to clearly outline where we stand and what this means for our community with my proposed budget that we received of $58.75. The Commissioner's role is to provide oversight, set policy, guide the direction of Parks and Recreation Services. We do not operate programs or the day-to-day. We do not independently generate the funding required to sustain them. Those services rely on our approved operating budget. With the removal of our operating budget, we are no longer in a position to maintain the level of service this community has come to expect. This is not a matter of preference or effort. It is a matter of capacity. As a commission, we have a responsibility to be transparent about the impacts of this decision. Without funding, routine maintenance of fields, parks, and facilities will significantly reduce, relying on volunteers and donations or supplies, and may stop altogether. Recreational program will be limited to unavailable, and the condition of the safety of public spaces may be affected over time. We cannot responsibly responsibly continue services at previous levels without the resources required to support them. Moving forward, our role will be to establish clear priorities, set appropriate use policies, and ensure that any facility or programs that remain available meet basic safety standards. Where those standards cannot be met, we will have to make difficult decisions about limiting or suspending use. We are committed working collaboratively with the town leadership, including the select board, to determine a path forward. If the expectation is to continue providing services, then a sustainable funding plan must be part of that conversation. We are also open to exploring supplemental options such as increased user fees, partnerships, volunteer efforts. However, those measures alone cannot replace a municipal operating budget that should not be reviewed as a substitute for it. Our goal is not to reduce services and ensure what services we do provide are safe. I'll have to finish that. I make a motion to move.
Point of order.
I move to amend Article 27 of the FY27 budget fund by increasing Parks and Recreation appropriation from $58.75 to $47,875.
What's your point of order, please? Hold on for a second. What's the point of order?
Point of order is he spoke he spoke first. He doesn't get to do that. He needs to have done it separately.
Okay, so you'll have to just get back in line again if you want to present that. Go ahead, sir.
Lawrence Messer, 18 Vernon Street. I'd like to know what a permanent override means. Because right now, if you're voting on Proposition 2.5, it describes a permanent override.
Does anyone have an answer to that?
What is that? Because it's a permanent override. What does that mean? It says it right in the beginning of the 2.5. Does that mean next year we're going to go for 30% override? Following year? I don't know. I mean, I have to cut something now by my budget. Anybody have an answer on that?
Does anyone have an answer? Go ahead, please.
Okay, sir, I'm having a hard time understanding you, but the two override, if this is your questions, the two override questions ask the town to approve an increase in the levy limit of $2 million or $4 million.
Yes, I'm talking about the following year. It says permanent. Does that mean we're done with votes for next year on the override, or do we?
What the intent was that the board worked hard because we were working with $1.4 million deficit for the town general fund budget, and then at the time, $2,019,000 increase from the school assessment. We are trying to, the intent of the board was to not ask for $2 million and then spend the whole $2 million, ask for $4 million and spend the whole $4 million. We're trying to look forward to next year, about 3 fiscal years out, to fund what we can for fiscal '27, but have excess levy capacity built in for the expected increases in everything in fiscal '28 and fiscal '29. And hopefully, if the $4 million override would cover us through fiscal '30, and before we will get into a tight spot again. I believe this board will work as hard next year budget as we did this year to find, we were getting dimes out of pennies. We had 6 or 7 meetings just on the budget, trying to get it down so we would not be dependent on an override and still be able to operate the town. To get to that point, we cut. There are 2 police officers that'll be gone. There are 2 highway workers that'll be gone. A building and grounds department will be gone. Supplies and training and all kinds of things that we tried to cut as much as we could with as small of an impact on employees and their associated budgets to keep training going so we can have certified people working in the office, such as the accountant, the treasurer, collector, so we can have good budget operation and administration oversight, which is very important in the large scope of things. We are asking for a $4 million override, and we're not planning on spending all of it in this fiscal year because we are trying to avoid having a repeat next year.
So this year, the taxes will be the full amount that you're describing in the article? It'll be like $1,200 for 44?
Right. If an override passes, it's a permanent increase in the levy limit, which is the amount of money that you can raise to spend. But if you only appropriate, whatever town meeting appropriates, that's all that we can spend, and that will be the effect on your tax rate. So if you appropriate out of $2 million override and we spend $894,000, then your tax rate, your tax bill is only going to be affected by the spending of that amount, not of a $2 million.
Okay. Can I do one?
And the same with the $4 million override.
Okay. Can I do one more question?
Yeah, you can do one more. I decide that, by the way.
The School Street project, you've got that open for leasing now. There could be 50 more kids coming to the school. That's going to need more funding for the school. Now, that's going to come in next year's thing. So that's going to go through that too?
Evidently, whatever town meeting votes to appropriate for the school, for the general fund budget of the town and the school budget assessment, which is a bill to the town, whatever you vote to appropriate, then that will have to be covered by the property tax increase, whatever that amount may be. So it's kind of a guessing game right now, depending on what town meeting votes to do tonight, and then if whichever override happens, it passes at the election on Monday, then that would be the determination of what the impact it would be on your property taxes. But it's only whatever town meeting votes to spend out of the overrides at this meeting.
Okay. One more quick one. What's the time for voting on Monday?
Monday for the election is May 18th from 11 to 7 p.m.
11 to 7, that can't be expanded?
No, that's what the election is. That's the hours, 11 a.m. to 7 p.m.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, go ahead, sir.
Just as a quick answer to that gentleman's question, my understanding of this override is we're not giving the town a bonus, we're giving them a permanent raise above what we normally are allowed to give them in order for them to pay the bills. My issue with that, I'm voting yes for it, by the way. My issue with that is I'm a little concerned about the lack of creativity in solving the problem that I've seen in the past. Like the first young woman who spoke, a volunteer who has been practically banging at the door asking to help, and just now she's finally maybe a little bit getting the help. When I first joined a year or two ago to be a part of the cable TV, I volunteered my IT and cybersecurity expertise for free, and I have been taken up on it once, and it was an email about a laptop. That was it, and it was just the other day, and nothing came of it. So what I'm saying is when the world is asking me to pay over $4 a gallon, and my boss isn't giving me a raise, and you're asking for extra money to do what you want to do in the town, I want you to make sure that you are being maximally creative, not paying $100,000 for a economic planner. I want to see actual action for that. Thank you.
Go ahead, sir.
Kenneth McClure, Bridge Street. Mr. Moderator, I move to amend Article 27 of the FY27 fund budget by increasing Parks and Rec's appropriation from $58.75 to $47,875, regardless of the outcome of override ballot questions number 1A and number 1B. This amendment is made for the purpose of preserving essential recreational services, youth program, and maintenance and operation of the town's public recreational facilities for the benefit of the residents of the community. I further move that the additional funding required for this amendment be provided through reductions in other departmental appropriations, with such reductions to be determined by the Select Board in order to maintain a balanced budget.
Okay, can I get that in writing?
Can I explain the reason for my motion now?
Yeah, I need the motion in writing, signed.
So again, Kenneth McClure, chairs of Parks and Rec. I understand the budget cuts. I understand the school debacle. I totally understand. As a resident of town, I don't want an override of any amount. As a Parks and Rec Commissioner, without one, I have $5,875 to work with to maintain and run programs. That money was only appointed on May 4th by the Select Board for that budget. That money is going to only 2 programs.
Okay, can I get a second on that amendment? Okay, I got a second. All right, go ahead.
That money is only going to 2 programs this summer. Yes, we have fee-based programs. If we don't have any sort of a budget, I have no admin, no maintenance staff, no supply budget as of July 1st if we don't get some more money, okay? With that being said, I don't know if anyone has volunteered to be a coach for any of these rec programs over the years, right? We have a ton of volunteers that put in literally countless hours year-round for these programs. If I don't have someone to cut the grass or line the fields, neither do you, unless someone volunteers. A week, almost 2 weeks ago, I put out looking for volunteers. As of 7:40 tonight, I have not gotten one email from anybody willing to come volunteer to help Parks and Rec staff, okay? Us commissioners, we're not paid. We're the only commission in town that doesn't receive any sort of stipend. And we work our tail off to provide the programs that we have. Bill, our financial guy, has crunched the numbers several times for the Select Board. We came down 31% from our original ask to only be told we would get $20,000 if they had a $2 million override. I had to go beg for an additional $22,000 to bring the override, as you'll see in your Appendix B, that we'll get $47,000 if we get an override. But if we don't get an override, it's $5,875 to fund this program. I understand that all these departments are hurting. This is an attack on any other department here, okay? But until May 4th, when that money was appropriated, I wasn't a department. Zero was what it was before May 4th at that meeting.
Could you wrap it up, Ken, please?
And you couldn't see that meeting because that was the one that wasn't recorded.
Okay.
Mr. Moderator, point of order. Just for clarification, is it permissible to put in a change to one line item in the entire budget? Or does it, that means that this group hasn't reviewed it, means the selectmen have not reviewed it. So can you just grab one line item out of the budget and put that in there?
Ryan Holmquist, Town Council. Yes, it's legally permissible. Whether the budget can be changed to accommodate that, and this amendment provides for reductions to other articles so that it's not just the one item that's being changed, but yes, it's permissible to just change line items in the budget within reason. So where the line item is not incredibly far off and it doesn't change the total amount of the budget, then yes, this amendment's permissible.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, sir.
John Valentine, South Main Street. I just want to ask a question. What is the increase from 26 to 27 for the total overall budget? What is that number? Because I'm seeing 3.9 million year over year based on what was put out on the town site, based on uses of funds and sources of funds. Is that correct?
Does anyone have an answer to that?
So what would be the difference from 26 to 27? So in 26, the general fund budget was $10,633,074. The 27 budget would be $12,427,729. With what the select board had gone through and voted on to appropriate from if a $2 million override passed.
Okay, thank you. Be clear, you vote in $2 million, they got to spend $2 million, and they'll be asking it again and again and again. It's all about, do we have good stewardship of our money? That's what you have to ask yourself. And I don't see that. I see a $3.9 million from 26 to 27. That's a huge 19% increase. Thank you.
Okay, go ahead, you were next.
April Cover, 24 Meadowbrook Lane, and I'm speaking as a resident. Over the years, I have, being a business owner, I have sponsored the rec teams, and every year the sponsorship amounts have gone up tremendously, to the point of I was questioning whether or not I would be able to sponsor a team this year. So can you explain to me where those sponsorship fees go? Because I'm paying about $400 and some change now to sponsor one team. Thank you.
You have an answer for that, sir?
So sponsorships go into the revolving account, right? Any fee-based program, and if you look on what our budget we submitted with, my admin fee, my labor fee, and our supplies is what actually comes out of the budget we get from the town. All those other fees that go into the revolving account pay for the shirts, the referees, the stipends for the coordinators, new basketballs, new soccer balls, nets, all of that other stuff comes out of our revolving account. It does not come out of our initial budget. So without the revolving account, and it's a good thing you brought up sponsorships. For basketball, for instance, we had 27 teams, okay? I had 21 sponsors. So that was 6 teams that didn't get sponsored, that we took money out of the revolving account to pay for the supplies, the referees for those games. So if we don't have money in there for when we fall short, so for instance, if fall ball had no sponsors this past year, okay, plus the fees that they play, we would need that money to pay for the people, the refs, the stipends for the coaches, and the uniforms. That's where that money goes. So if we have a surplus on one, right, so if we make an extra $2,000 off basketball, but then we're $2,000 shy on costs for soccer in the fall, basketball has now helped pay for soccer and keep the soccer program alive. We submit a weekly report where every one of our dollar goes from top to bottom. What we take in, the select board can see it. So as far as that goes, and that's why I don't think people understand that account is separate from what actually pays for our admin, our grounds guy, any of our supplies, right? Ink, paper, any of that stuff.
Go ahead, please.
Mary Enstrom, 49 Highland Avenue, Baldwinville. I'm sorry, but when you start out with $5,875, and now you want $47,875, I think that's exorbitant. If kids want to do things, there isn't the money, parents fess up and do it. My husband and I ran the Templeton Buddy League for over 20 years, okay? We got sponsors. When we had extra kids and we didn't have enough sponsors, we reached out. And I don't think the town should be going into their pockets when you won't allow an extra $50,000 to go to the television, the cable, with Steve, where he could publicize the town and get people in here, maybe encourage with investments. And we're saying no to that, but yet we're going to throw out over $40,000 to the rec department? I don't think that's fair.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, please.
Mr. Moderator, I'd just like to speak to this entire question and a couple of the statements that were made. I just say, I don't know how many of you know, but the Select Board, as stated earlier, went over this budget in pretty great detail to try and make cuts to make, let's say, it a little less painful if we got no override. And in that case, we get no override. We had to make some decisions. And with that came cuts. Cuts nobody likes, but we cut, police officers, we had cut fire, we had cut DPW, buildings and grounds, and we had department heads coming in with recommendations for cuts that they could absorb. We did what we could. With the $2 million override, we're spending just shy of $894,000 of the $2 million override in FY27. We did this so that we would have $1.1 million left over to hopefully cover FY28 and maybe some into 29. Because I don't know if anybody knows, but basically the town pulls in about $325,000 or so from new growth, which they did this year. I think it was 325, 328, something like that. So that's what the town has to work with for an increase. We had the school come in initially at 24. We have it coming in at 12.5 now. The money is just not there. It's just not there. And with the $4 million override, we spent about 1.4, leaving the balance over. I'm just going to say this quick. Making adjustments to individual budget items on the floor is dangerous because we don't know what we're going to have to cut. The budget, zero budget, is so tight right now. Don't know what would have to be cut to increase any funds for Parks and Rec. It's just not in the budget, literally. And that's all I'm going to say.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, please.
So again, I understand, and to raise the question of why the increase. So when we submitted our budgets back in March, right, Parks and Rec went for about $84,000. We reduced that by 31%, and went down to $54,000. I'm asking for just below that. I'm actually only asking of that money for an additional $44,000 because, again, up until May 4th meeting, we had a zero budget. And only then, because there was $13,000 left over after they balanced that budget, did we get $58.75. I understand we are a department. And before May 4th, I was no longer a department because I have no zero budget. I don't see the select board or any other committee or town working on a zero or, I mean, we got like a 13% of what we actually asked for. And all the other departments got way more in percentage-wise. So if we're going to talk about trying to do level funding, we literally got leveled for the funding. We got zero.
Go ahead, please.
Liz Toth, Gray Road. I'm speaking as an individual citizen. I just want to make sure that the gentleman here understands advisory also looks at the budget, also looks at the money that comes in, also looks at the fact that, sometimes it doesn't get to the town before it gets spent, as opposed to after. It's supposed to go into town accounts first. So I think the earlier article, change in articles was very targeted, and I think at this point, money's got to get cut someplace. It just does, and unfortunately, that's the department. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, please.
Dan Fort, 21 Grandview Terrace, speaking as a citizen of the town, but also from the perspective as a professional within the youth and municipal recreation world. The pattern in this budget, as it pertains to how we are investing in kids, is the dangerous thing on the floor right now. $5,000 for a youth program and no money to our school, even if there's an override, to me seems dangerous. As someone that's lived in the world of youth recreation, youth sports, and at a school, I have a really hard time with this as a resident. If there are places to cut, I have to say cutting from our kids, which seems to be a pattern in this, is a problem. Thank you.
Okay, go ahead, please, sir.
John Thomas, Crossroad. I think we need to look at this amendment, but also the motion behind it, and I applaud the town officials, all of them, for presenting such good options to the town, but these are very difficult options in a terrible situation, but you've presented the option where no override, and I think that budget really hurts the town in many significant ways. One of them being the Parks and Rec Department, the other being the Police Department, the other being the Fire Department. And as much as we don't want to pay more in taxes, I don't think our town wants to go down to this road of we've cut these things out and now we have to live without them. The real question is, what's going to happen at the ballot box? But we need more money to sustain this town. 2.5% does not cover the expenses that go up in health insurance and all the other costs that we need to deal with. And I applaud the budget that had no override. You did a great job. But I don't think anyone can raise their hand and say, this is where I want Templeton to be. So we need to push that we get at least a $2 million override, or our town is going to be faced with some really severe cuts that are going to hurt an awful lot of people. The gentleman made an amendment for Parks and Rec, but we need this money for all of the things that got severely cut in our town.
Go ahead, please, Bev.
I'm Beverly Bartolomeo. I've lived in this town my whole life. You'll have to excuse me, I can't stand up. We've been down this road many times, and I've seen it all. And I got to tell you, and this is honest truth, this select board has done more work on this budget than any budget I have seen in over 20 years. Back in 1991, our local aid was cut 5.1%. That can happen again. Whether you're a Democrat, Republican, I don't care. We live in this world. Everything is going up. Gas is going up. Oil is going up. You guys have got to use your common sense when you vote this budget. I know they would like an override. But the reality is 38% of our kids in this town live in low-income households. I'm an old lady. I'm going to be 80 years old. I never made any money, and I've been sick for years. I live on frickin' Social Security. I can't afford more. I would love to give you more. I just can't. I want to die in my house. There's a large number of elderly in this town, and they count too. They supported this place. That's why the senior center is so important. I want to read something to you. This was in 1999-2000's town budget. Dan Heaney, he was the advisory board chairman, offered the following observations. As a town, we need to change the practice of relying upon uncertain sources of income, additional state lottery receipts, for instance. My mouth is dry. To routinely fund reoccurring expenses. The town needs to get better at midterm to long-term planning. Failure to do so, will you please stop being rude? I'm almost done. Will guarantee financial emergencies each year without planning. After all the money is spent, few programs are adequately funded, and many participants remain dissatisfied. That was over 20 years ago. This is the first Board of Selectmen that has planning. They're planning on using the money for the future.
I understand that, but
so. Think twice before you vote. Think with your head.
Past your time. Go ahead, please.
Mr. Moderator, Jeff Bennett, just for clarification for the meeting, the annual levy limit gets increased by 2.5%. This past year's 2.5% increase was $325,285. This town meeting just approved to pay a snow and ice deficit of $275,110. So if you think the 2.5% increase every year is going to cover the cost increases of everything, don't even think about the school, just the town expenses. It does not do it. And we have to think about that when we're discussing the budgets and thinking an override. Residents came to the select board and asked, put an override in front of the voters and let them decide, and that's what we did. This board spent more time on the budget this year than any board that I have been on since 2011 has spent on the budget. It was, as a previous former selectman, Mr. Curry, stated, the last 5 years or so, we've done every little thing there was to do. I didn't always agree with it, but it was every little thing that we could do to move money around to avoid asking for an override, trying to keep a handle on expenses, and we've run out of time. This board's zero override budget, it cuts 2 police officers, 2 DPW workers, a building and grounds. It cut multiple budgets for training, supplies, all kinds of stuff. And again, 2.5%, $385 and $1,000 and $275 for snow and ice. That's where we're at.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, Dennis O'Brien, Baldwin Road. I'd like to move the question.
Okay. So, move the question means we have to vote on move the question, which if it passes, we will immediately go to vote on this amendment and then on the main motion. If it fails, we'll continue to have discussion on it. So everyone's very clear about that. So we're voting on move the question. We're not voting on the amendment or the main article. We are voting simply on move the question. And if it passes, we will then go right to vote on the amendment and then the main motion.
Yep, go ahead, start. Okay, you can vote on move the question. Okay, close the vote. Okay, move the question passed at 9 o'clock even. Okay, the next thing we're going to go to vote on is the amendment to Article 27. With the increase to Parks and Recs from $5,875 to $47,875. Okay, we're going to go to vote on that, if we could, please. This is just on the amendment to it, just the amendment. Vote now, please. Okay, close voting on the amendment. Okay, the amendment to 27 failed at 9:03. Okay, we're going to go to vote on the main motion, Article 27. Yep, we're ready. We're going to move. We're going to go to vote on Article 27. Please vote on Article 27 now. Okay, close the vote on Article 27. Okay, as you can see, Article 27 passed at 9:02. Article 28, please.
Mr. Chairman, or Mr. Moderator, Article 28, Narragansett Regional School District, majority vote required. I move to raise and appropriate $10,052,160 for the purpose of educating and transporting the town's enrolled students and for capital and debt expenses authorized by Article 7 of the November 12, 2025 special town meeting.
Second, thank you. Advisory?
The Advisory Committee recommends favorable action on this article with 4 yes votes.
Okay, I'd like to open up the floor to questions and comments on Article 28. Yeah. Hold on one second. We're going to have a clarification.
Ryan Holmquist, Town Council. I just want to clarify, because this came up in the context of the Montechusett School District article, but the effect of voting no on this appropriation isn't that the students can't go to the school, it's that the school committee would then have an opportunity to revise the budget and submit that to a future town meeting. Just wanted to make sure that was clear. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
Terry Griffiths, 12 Dory Lane. This gives me no pleasure to ask for an amendment to that number.
I move to raise and appropriate $9,006,981.00 for the purposes of educating and transporting the town's enrolled students and for the capital and debt expenses authorized by Article 7 of the November 12, 2025 special town meeting. The Select Board worked hard to come up with that number, and it's what our town can afford to live within our means. It may force us to go into a 1/12 budget, but the problem isn't in the town level, it's in the state level. Phillipston approved this particular number, $9,006,981.
Can I get that amendment
Yes,
signed,
sir.
please? Thanks.
If we vote the 9 million in, then there will not be a district-wide meeting because Phillipston and Templeton will be in agreement for the amount allocated to the school. It does provide a modest over, I think, 219,000 and change, which is what our Select Board approved.
Okay, can I get a second on this amendment? Second, thank you. Okay, I'd like to open up the floor to questions and comments on the amendment. Hold on one second. So if there's a Mrs. Hanson in the room, could you please go to the lobby?
Her last name may be Garapi. Mrs. Garapi?
Mrs. Garapi? It could be Mrs. Garapi. Okay, thank you. I'm not sure who got up first. You go ahead, please.
Hello, Jennifer Smith, resident of Templeton, Farnsworth Road, and also chair of the school committee. Just to add some clarity for everybody, this is the budget scenario that is a 2.5% increase year over year. This is the budget scenario that takes away athletics, that takes away MVP, that takes away the Thrive program, that requires the additional reduction of staff that many parents showed up to advocate for at the last school committee meeting. So I just wanted everyone to be clear what exactly this budget scenario represents.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, please.
Just looking for a point of clarification. Is Narragansett Public Schools the only entity in the town that is not subject to costs rising?
Do you have an answer to that question?
No, our costs are rising as well. Thank you.
That's shocking. Thank you.
Go ahead, please.
Mr. Moderator, I'd like to ask a question of the both the chair of the school committee and the superintendent, if I may.
You certainly may, yep.
Okay, so the last week, town of Phillipston voted at 2.5 to basically fund 2.5 over the previous year. If tonight we also vote 2.5, just the 2.5, does that still put us at a point of having to come back for a joint meeting?
Chris Catherine, Superintendent, yes, it does not align with the current school committee's budget.
All right, so either the school committee would need to certify the lower number, or we would all be back in with whatever number you guys decide to throw at us. Okay, thanks.
Okay, go ahead, please.
John Valentine, South Main Street. I want to ask the Select Board, what was the increase from 26 to 27 for the school budget? And what did you propose as a budget?
Okay, does anyone have any answer to that from the Select Board?
While they're looking that up, because my time's limited, I see a $2 million increase from 26 to 27 in the school budget. That's 23%. Costs are rising, not 23% rising. So I would have to question that. And what's happening is the school committee is pitting against the select board by saying get rid of MVP, get rid of the MVP program and sports. So what they're doing is using scare tactics to have us vote in the override. So we want kids to have what they want, but the school committee and the school needs to have good stewardship with the town's money. And how about that answer, Selectmen?
Mr. Moderator, if I may?
Yep, if you have an answer, please go.
All right. I don't need them. On the, well, let's just say last year FY26 budget was $8,787,299.
Close enough what I have.
Okay. And this year's increase requested initially was for $2,019,682.
Okay.
For a 22.98% increase. They've since lowered that down to 12.7.
So they lowered it to 12.7 for about how much?
Yeah, it's 1.3 and change.
Okay.
Yeah.
I say we need to take a look at that, folks.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, please, sir.
John Warden, Baldwinville Road. Point of clarification, are we talking about the amendment or the original article right now?
You can ask questions on either one, because the main, it's an amendment to the main motion, and it's clearly a number.
It's very unclear because we keep talking about this numbers and those numbers, and there's no reference, clear reference, to whether it's the amended number or the original number that the select board. I think we need to be very clear on that because it's very muddled right now, and trying to understand this is extremely difficult. So I think we need to be extremely clear on what number we're talking about and go with that.
All right, well, thank you. So the main motion, the number is $10,052,160. That's the main motion. The amended motion, the number is $9,006,981, which is a 2.5% increase from last year's budget, if that helps clear it up for you. And I think this lady was next.
Hi, B. Curry, Hubbardston Road. I'm a minor. I'm 16 years old. I'm a non-voter. I'd like to ask for permission to speak.
All in favor? Yep. Okay. All opposed? Go ahead, please.
Thank you. Good evening to the members of the community. I'm grateful to be here tonight and have the opportunity to speak. My name is B. Curry, and I'm currently a junior at Narragansett High School. I've had the pleasure of being a member of our school's theater guild and our color guard team. I have friends in the music program and friends who play sports. These extracurriculars and the educators and coaches who have made them possible have made school that much better for myself and many others. I think that often we take these opportunities for granted, but the threat of them being taken away makes me realize how impactful and positive they have been for me, and how devastating it would be if they were taken away or not given the funding that has allowed them to flourish over the years. Over the last couple of weeks, my classmates and I have been having discussions about tonight's meeting, the override on the ballot, and the budget cuts. I've heard fears from my fellow classmates and rising seniors that their athletics might get cut, or our favorite teachers and paraprofessionals. I'm worried that my own theater guild, which I am the treasurer and vice captain of, might not have the opportunity to attend the field trips, which have been such a fantastic and life-changing experience for myself and all the other members of the guild. When we talk about cutting the budget for our school, we need to understand that we're not just talking about money, we're talking about the education and experience of the children and young adults in our community. It's the opportunities that we get to become better athletes, students, musicians, actors, and overall people. My entire school experience, all the way from my first day of kindergarten and what I hope will be to right up to my graduation, I have had invaluable experiences and support from my teachers and peers that is being threatened to be taken away from all of the students here in town. As someone who will be leaving after this next school year, I would be incredibly disappointed and distraught if our community decided to not to ensure the security of our students and the future members of society. Again, I could not be more grateful for all the opportunities that my school gives me. They have truly shaped me alongside all the wonderful educators, classes, resources, and extracurriculars that I have been so fortunate to have access to. I cannot picture our school without all the wonderful people and things that build it up, and I would hate for our community not to let the students here at Narragansett continue to flourish and get the most out of their education. Honestly, I think that cutting the budget from $10 million to $9 million is such a huge detriment to everybody in the community, and I think that a lot of people have come here today to voice their concerns, and I would like to be part of that support.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, go ahead, please. Go ahead, please.
Reese LaPratt, Eagle Lane, Templeton. I vote to move the question.
Okay.
Motion to move the question.
Second, thank you. Okay. So, move the question means that if the move the question passes, we're going to take a vote on that. They'll get us set up. If move the question passes, then we're going to immediately go to vote on the amended article and then the main article. If you want to talk more about either one, vote no. If you want to get into the voting, vote yes. That's how it works. But we're voting on move the question only. Okay, please vote now on move the question. Okay, close voting on move the question. Okay. All right, move the question passed at 9:17. All right, we're going to go to the amendment, which the difference between the original, which we'll vote on after the amendment number is $9,006,981. So we're going to go to vote on the amendment first, and then the main motion right after that. And you can vote now. Okay, close the voting on the amendment. Okay, the amendment failed at 9:17. Okay, we're going to go to vote on the main article, Article 28. Okay, you can vote on Article 28. Okay, close voting on Article 28. Okay, Article 28 passed at 9:18. Okay, Article 29.
Rick Moulton, 5 Mountain View Street.
could we reconsider that vote? I know you have 1 hour to bring it up again. Could we reconsider it, the last vote, and revote?
You want to just reconsider 28, is that?
Yes.
As it is?
Yes, because I think legally you have 1 hour to bring that back up.
Yes, you do, yes.
So I'd like to just get that cleared out of the way.
Moderator, I second that. Okay, I got a second. Thank you. We just got to give the tech people a couple of seconds to get it up.
Consider as majority vote. That was what I said.
Mr. Moderator. Mr. Moderator,
Yeah,
for the
go.
clarity of the board, can you repeat what we're doing? We cannot hear what's being said from the floor.
Okay, so they want to reconsider the vote on 28. So we're going to vote on reconsidering coming up. So if it passes, we'll reconsider it. If it fails, we're done with 28.
Thank you for that.
Yep, we're going to go to vote on the reconsidering. Okay, go ahead and vote. Okay, close the vote on the reconsideration. Okay, oh, it failed. So reconsideration failed, so we're going to go back to talking about Article 28. Oh, I'm sorry. No, yeah, because it has to be a majority vote. And it did not get a majority of the votes.
We're not reconsidering. Nobody wants to reconsideration failed. If it was a majority vote, we would reconsider. It failed. The motion was to go back to Article 28.
So that's just...
They said no.
Okay, all right, never mind. I got confused with the numbers. So it did fail, so 28, we're done. At 9:21. Okay, Article 29.
Not too many.
Article 29, please. Go ahead, please.
Yes, I'm the petitioner for Article 29 along with John Kaplis.
Speak right into the mic.
Article 29 seeks a 6.5% increase every 5 fiscal years. It's modeled after the city of Arlington, which does this every 3 years. They modify their 2.5 every 3 years, and more closely with the town of Chatham, which does exactly this. They have a Prop 2.5 override, more than 2.5 every 5 years. I met Barbara Anderson, who created...
Sir, you have to read the motion.
I'm sorry. Article 29, Citizens Petition. Citizens Petition proposed Proposition 2.5 override. To see if the voters of the town of Templeton will approve a bylaw enacting a permanent override to Proposition 2.5 of an increase in the amount of 6.5% every fifth fiscal year, beginning in fiscal year 2032, which starts July 1st, 2032, or take action in relation thereto. Citizens Petition submitted by myself.
I need a copy of that signed. I need a copy of that signed. I need a copy of it signed.
Really? Why do we need a copy?
That is the whole article.
Rip it out of the warrant and sign it.
Yeah, that's all you got to do.
Give me the warrant.
There you go, John.
Give me a pen.
John, I have a pen on the table. You can grab it.
Can I get a second on that? Second. Thank you. All right. I'll go back to the main motion if you want to explain anything about your article, please.
All right, I'm going to explain it real quick. Barbara Anderson created Prop 2.5 40-odd years ago. She created it, it passed, and the second part never passed, which was to limit the legislature to 3%, and the monies eventually come back. The idea of this is to have fiscal planning, long-term planning. It assists that, and it is modeled after what the City of Arlington does and also what the town of Chatham do. The City of Arlington does this every 3 years. They have a Prop 2.5 override in excess of 2.5%. And the town of Chatham does a Prop 2.5 every 5 years in excess of 2.5%. This follows the model of Chatham. The idea is to bring fiscal continuity and aid in long-term budget planning.
Go ahead, please.
Oh, he can go first. Go ahead, John.
Oh, great. Yeah, John Kaplis, 38 Turner. This is a great idea, obviously, to get it through to us all, to understand that we don't have to come back like every 5-6 years and have a 12 or a 14% increase based on the budget responsibilities that we have in this community. And why is it always on the taxpayers? Well, unfortunately, because we all live here, we all take care of our people and our school, as well as all the services that are being provided here, which are like, well, what services? I mean, well, if you call 911, I'm sure people will come. Either fire or police or highway who plows the streets. I mean, all this stuff matters. So having fiscal responsibility moving forward, having some process in place where you can say, okay, well, 6.5 versus 2.5 every 5 years, what's that going to be on my tax rate based on what my house is worth, based on what the levy limit is, based on what our growth is. All these numbers play a factor. But I think having a responsibility moving forward to have at least a plan, or at least have the select board and the advisory, come up with some idea, like how can we do this fiscally and be fiscally responsible every so many years, so we don't have to keep coming to the taxpayers, for a $2 million or a $4 million or a $6 million. Our roads are terrible. Our infrastructure's failing. Our sub-infrastructure needs a lot of work. Our above infrastructure needs a lot of work. Our parks and rec need a lot of work. Our schools, driving our students to Norfolk Aggie. I mean, all these costs come up, and it's not 2.5% on average. Look at the average that is going on out there, 6.5% or higher. So this is just an idea or a concept that we're trying to put together to have more fiscal responsibility moving forward, so we can say we don't have to come back here every 5-6 years for a huge override. Just a thought. Thank you.
Okay, go ahead, please.
My name is April Cover, and I'm speaking as a resident. I like the idea, however, they use the towns of Arlington and Chatham as examples, and I think that they're wealthier towns opposed to the small town of Templeton, so that does make a difference. And the other thing that I do want to speak to is, in regards to the roads and the school funding, the Chapter 70 and the Chapter 90 funding, they're off. They need to be recalculated. So during the next couple of years, and I think it's very important to see the school committee, members of the board, residents, parents, speaking out, contacting our state reps, expressing your concerns, writing them emails, addressing them at different meetings, and things of that sort. Now is not the time to raise those concerns or to set a tax limit for the next 6 years.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, please.
Justice Graves, Queen Lake Road, speaking as a resident. So I have a comment, and then I have another comment to make on it, more of a clarification. So on the citizens petition and on the motion that was made, I do want to point out that while it says beginning in fiscal year 2032, fiscal year 2032 starts on July 1st of 2031. Fiscal year 2033 starts on July 1st of 2032, so it's always the year back when it starts. The fiscal year always ends on the year that it's named for. So that could create some confusion if this is voted that way. I don't know how that would be interpreted because of that. The other thing that I want to point out is, I'm not going to debate whether or not 2.5% is the correct percent. The reality is that, and I'm not a lawyer on this, but with my familiarity, Prop 2.5 exists the way that it does, where we have to vote on this explicitly if we want to do it each time at a town meeting and at the ballot box, and not have it be an automatic increase, because that is the intent of what the voters back in 1980 wanted for transparency with their people. That is a different conversation. I don't know if Templeton can actually do something like this. Other towns that do this, they still have to bring it up at town meeting and the ballot box. So those are my only comments on this, but I would like to see if somebody could do something about the fiscal year 2032 and July 1st, 2032 and address that issue. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Can I speak to the legal?
Okay. Town council will speak.
So to address the question of whether the town can do this, so the law provides that only the select board is able to place Proposition 2.5 overrides on the ballot, and only a ballot question is the only way to accomplish an override. So this would not be effective to require the select board to do that, because that's an act within the select board's discretion. I haven't seen what Arlington and Chatham do, so perhaps there's I can't speak to those, but legally only the select board is able to place these questions on the ballot.
Are there any more questions or comments on Article 29?
If nothing else, this needs to be discussed. It really does, because it really could help the town in the long run.
Okay, any more questions or comments on Article 29? Go ahead, please.
I make a motion to pass over Article 29.
Second.
Second.
I'll second.
So let's see. Yeah, so let's So just a majority vote. Let me check the bylaw. Okay, and it's, so yes, that's majority vote. It's debatable per the bylaw as to its merits, but not as to the merits of so if people, I'm not sure. If it fails, then it just keeps going. Yeah.
Okay, so everyone's clear. I did get a second, and we're going to have to vote on the passover. So if the passover passes, we're all done with 29. If it fails, we'll go back to 29.
Mr. Moderator, point of order.
Go ahead, please.
I'd just like to say that rather than pass this over, can't you just vote this? I don't understand why it would be asked to be passed over. It's all legal. Do the vote and move on.
Well, the motion was to pass over, and it was seconded. I don't make the rules up. Yes, there was a second. All right, so we're going to go to voting on the passover. So if you don't want to pass this over, vote no, and we'll be back to talking about 29. If you don't want 29, then vote yes. Yeah, go ahead. Okay, you can vote now on the passover. Okay, close the voting. Okay, so move the motion to pass over the main motion on Article 29 passed at 9:36. Article 30, please.
Yeah, John Caplis, 38 Turner. Do you have, Mr. Moderator?
Yeah, go ahead, please.
good?
Article 30.
Oh, great. Article 30, I want to amend that to pass it over, because due to legal ramifications, due to the fact that the Select Board are the only organization or group that can act on a Prop 2.5.
Okay, so second on the passover on Article 30, okay. So we'll go to vote on a... No, he wants to pass, you want to pass over Article 30, correct?
I do.
Yes, okay.
Make a motion, they don't pass over, nobody makes a motion.
I made the motion to pass it over.
And it was seconded, so
sure
we're going
did.
to have to do a vote on passover.
I should start karaoke up here. Start singing? No?
That doesn't say passing.
Point of order, Mr.
Go
Moderator.
ahead, please.
Justice Graves, Queen Lake Road, speaking as a resident. So my point of order is we haven't made a main motion on this article, and the petitioners are here. So do we have to make the main motion before anyone can make a motion to pass over? Isn't that in the town? I believe that's in the town bylaws, but...
The bylaws require that the proponent of the article be given an opportunity.
Okay, thank you.
The bylaws require that a motion to pass over an article shall not be entertained until either that a motion on that article is made, or nobody has made such a motion or spoken in favor of the article after a reasonable opportunity to do so. So reasonable opportunity is your call.
Oh, I mean, I think there was a reasonable opportunity since the
Not make the motion.
petitioner actually is pushing for the passover. So we will go to vote on the passover of Article 30.
That's not what it's saying. Yeah, Colin said, look, I did not. It's not the right question. Must be just.
Okay, please vote on the passover of Article 30. Close the voting on the passover. Okay, so we're passing over Article 30 at 9:40. Okay, Article 31.
Mr. Moderator, can we waive the reading of the article?
No.
All right, so he's asking to waive the reading. Does everyone have a copy of Article 31?
Huh? He's going to read it.
Okay, legal says that you should probably read this article, please.
Okay. You'll be read.
Mr. Moderator, Article 31, a citizen's petition. I move the following. Citizens petition unrestricted general government aid. Whereas the town of Templeton, like all cities and towns of the Commonwealth, has received and been dependent upon unrestricted general government aid, and like all the cities and towns of the Commonwealth has benefited greatly from the receipt of unrestricted general government aid. And whereas for at least the past 25 fiscal years, the unrestricted general government aid to the town of Templeton and the cities and towns of the Commonwealth has not kept up with the rate of inflation. And whereas the shortfall of unrestricted general government aid due to inflation to the town of Templeton and the cities and towns of the Commonwealth may be as much as 40%. Be it resolved that the town of Templeton petition the general court with a demand that the Commonwealth increase unrestricted general government aid to the town of Templeton and the cities and towns of the Commonwealth by a minimum of 25% forthwith, and that the state representative and state senator who represent Templeton, as well as the Speaker of the House, the Senate President, and the Governor be served in hand with a copy of this request, with a warning that a notice of intent to sue the Commonwealth will be served if this demand is not met or exceeded by the start of fiscal year 2028, which commences on July 1, 2027.
Thank you. Can I get a second? I heard a second. Thank you. Okay, I'll open up the floor to questions and comments.
All right, this article is a demand that the Commonwealth of Massachusetts increase the unrestricted local government aid by 25% at once. I brought this petition, and the others with me brought this petition because over and over again, we have made requests of various folks within the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. I've had a conversation asking for this with the Lieutenant Governor and the Secretary of Administration and Finance, Matthew Gorkowitz, and other folks, our own representatives, and those requests have been ignored. I did not pull the 25% figure out of the sky. There was a Massachusetts Municipal Association study that found that between 2010 and 2024, that the increase when pulling inflation out has been 0.6% per year as far as an increase in local aid. The same study also said that while Massachusetts is 7th among the 50 states in collecting revenue, it is 39th and below states such as Alabama and Mississippi out of the 50 states in aid to the cities and towns. The study also found that Massachusetts sends just 27% of its revenue to the cities and towns. The national average among the 50 states is 31 cents of revenue collected returned to the cities and towns. And many states send 35% and up to their cities and towns. The shortfall in dollars to Templeton is at least $600,000. The petition, if passed, is of no cost to the town. To sue the state, you must bring a notice of intent to sue. A notice of intent to sue will carry a lot more weight than just talking to an official, especially if it's accompanied by a copy of the certified vote. I believe that I can obtain between 20 and 80 certified copies of votes from other towns just like Templeton that are in the same situation that we are. If you present the petition, I really want to talk to Aaron Michalewicz. He's the chair of the House Ways and Means Committee. I've tried numerous times to talk with him, and I've never had any luck.
All right.
If I had a petition with 80 votes certified, maybe he'll talk to me.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, please.
April Cover, 24 Meadowbrook Lane. I spoke earlier in regards to the formulas being off within the state. I think that this is a great opportunity to take advantage of that and to get behind Noel and to sign his petition. I do want to make it clear that it is not coming from the town of Templeton. It's coming from a resident of the town of Templeton.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, please.
Terry Griffiths, 12 Dory Lane. So to clarify, no cost to the town, just citizens banding together to petition the state?
There is absolutely no cost to the town. Any group of citizens or any group of towns, can bring a notice of intent to sue. It does not cost anything. It will not cost anything to the town unless the town decides through either at town meeting to appropriate money to sue the state. And I'm not advocating that. If you bring the notice, you might get some kind of arbitration. It's really, we need to demand. Requesting does not work. You need to demand, and this is a way to demand without cost to the town.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, please.
Matthew Rivera, 270 Gray Road. I'm also a former selectman and advisory committee member in the town. One of the reasons that we are in the budget situation that we are right now is because over the course of time, the state of Massachusetts has continually reduced the amount of unrestricted general government aid that it has sent to the cities and towns. This petition won't change it overnight. However, if the state hears enough of the cities and towns make this request and make this demand from them, they're going to have to do something. They can't ignore the cities and towns forever. So that's the reason this is important. It doesn't cost us anything to do it, but it lets our voice be heard on Capitol Hill, especially for cities and towns that are west of 495 like us, where the formula really is truly broken and it doesn't provide the monies that we need in order to maintain our operations. Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you. Go ahead, please.
April Cover, 24 Meadowbrook Lane. Do you guys have a time or a day or a place set up where people can meet with you to sign your letter?
We'd like to vote on this first and see what the townsfolk want to do, then we can figure out times, dates, and signatures.
Go ahead, please.
Beverly Bartolomeo. The problem I have is the way it's read is the Town of Templeton petition. The Town of Templeton, who is going to do this? Town council? That costs us money. The voters, fine, but it doesn't have to be here then. You could have presented this to groups around the town. Saying the Town of Templeton, you're assuming, it sounds like you're expecting members of the select board or some other people that have authority. The Town of Templeton is usually a government agency. So I really don't like the way it's written. I understand what you're trying to do, but I think you could have done it in a different way, that's all.
Okay, council's going to speak to that, to clarify.
To that point, so it's within the select board's discretionary authority whether to initiate litigation on behalf of the town. This town meeting can't bind the select board to that course of action, although this can be taken as an advisory article, non-binding advisory article, to the extent it asks for action from the select board and on behalf of the town itself.
Go ahead, please.
Noel Francis, 14 State Road. I would echo that. It is a non-binding vote, but you can use that vote. You know, I can go to Aaron Michalewicz and say, look, it's not just me who's asking, it's the town at a vote of town meeting. It's the sense of the town that they want, local aid, unrestricted government aid increased by 25%.
That's a no-brainer. Exactly.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Go ahead, please.
Liz Toth, Gray Road. A number of the people sitting over here are prior select board members. Why didn't you do this when you were on the select board? And advisory, for that matter.
Have an answer for that?
I'm sorry, Mr. Francis. I would like one of the ex-select board members to speak, because this is really the select board perspective. You guys...
No, it's a great question. It is a great question. And obviously, when I was in office in 2016, we're almost in receivership, and I spent more time in the governor's office than I think anybody else in this building. So I tried to do my best with what I had at that time, and this was like not on the radar at that point when I was in office, because I had other fires that were way bigger than this. I'm talking like a $500 to $1 million deficit. There was audits that weren't done, a school that needed to be built, no new equipment in this town for many years. So I had, this was low lying. I couldn't even think about this at that point because I had other things to think about. But now that I've been on the advisory, I've been on select board, I've been, dealing with, this awesome town and these people. I mean, this is a no-brainer. All of the state formulas that affect us are broken. From Chapter 90, Chapter 70, Chapter 74, I can go on. But why I didn't specifically do this is because I didn't have the time when I was in office, and I'm finally I'm trying to get on board with other ways that the town can get money. And this is just one way. There's another way that's in here as well with the pilot program, which we'll discuss later, because the towns are getting screwed. Believe it or not, Cambridge gets more Chapter 90 money than we do because they have more road miles. So does Arlington. So you look at us, I'm like, why do we get $100,000 in Chapter 90, but Cambridge gets like $500,000. It's like, it doesn't make any sense. And unfortunately, if we don't stand up and start doing stuff now, and it's not like you're taking a vote that, the select board are going to do something or the advisory is going to do something. No, I think that it's about time that people stand up and do something. Because if we don't do it, who else is going to do it? And that's what this is all about.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Any more questions or comments on Article 31? Okay, we're going to go to vote on Article 31.
But it shouldn't even be here. I don't even understand it.
Okay, please vote on Article 31 now. Close voting on Article 31, please. Okay, Article 31 passed. At 9:54.
Mr. Moderator, point of order. It's approaching 10 o'clock. Are we going into a second night? Or are you going to attempt to do everything tonight?
I was going to try and get it all done tonight if we could.
Looking at the number of voters dropping and dropping and dropping, plus 200.
It's because they got what they wanted.
They got what they want. Well, I don't care about that. All I'm saying is a lot of people are leaving.
Well, they
Used to the 2 nights.
They might not come back tomorrow.
We wouldn't be able to come back tomorrow.
So we have to make a motion.
But it costs more to do this. It's just,
Yeah, right.
you're tired, shortening all the time.
Mr. Moderator.
Yes, please.
Article 32, Citizens Petition. Citizens Petition regarding affordable housing. I move the Citizens Petition as it is printed in the voter guide.
Okay, can I get a second? Second. Thank you. Questions, comments on Article 32?
I'm very concerned about the issue of affordable housing within the town. I am not against affordable housing, but the way that the state is planning to execute their plan, $5 billion over 5 years, it does not work for the town of Templeton. It's really a big city kind of appropriation, and it doesn't fit with Templeton. The land, hundreds of acres of land owned by the Commonwealth, is vulnerable to being turned into affordable housing at the stroke of a pen by the governor. And we have very little or no input into that. I tried, one of our advisory board members and myself, we did meet briefly with the lieutenant governor to point out the fact that we have properties, at least 50 properties in town, that could easily be rehabbed through our demolition fund and the like, and there was no response at all. We have, hundreds and hundreds of acres that could end up being affordable housing without any input from the town. All this article asks is that there be a dialogue with the state and nothing else.
Gorgeous land.
Any other questions or comments on Article 32? Okay, going once, going twice. We're going to go to vote on Article 32.
I'm hungry.
Okay, please vote on Article 32 now. Close on voting on Article 32. Okay, Article 32 passed at 9:58. Okay, Article 33, please.
Mr. Moderator, Article 33, a citizen's petition to demand that the Commonwealth comply with the Massachusetts open meeting law. I move the citizen's petition as it is printed in the warrant.
Okay, can I get a signed copy of that?
Yes.
Who's going to see the copy of that?
In a second, thank you.
See, this one, it's...
I just said
Okay, we had a second. I'm going to open up the floor to questions, comments on Article 33.
All this article asks is that the Massachusetts legislature comply with the open meeting law the same way all of our town officials have to. I find it atrocious that if your town officials discuss a $100 post office box and they do it improperly, that they could be fined thousands of dollars by the State Ethics Commission. And yet the state legislature discusses in secret billions of dollars worth of appropriations in secret. Right now, as I speak, there is $100 million being discussed in earmarks. You know, no public hearings, no nothing on it. And it's a terrible process. Surveys have found over and over again that the Massachusetts state legislature ranks either 49th or 50th among the 50 states in terms of openness and transparency. And you pay for it in Templeton. You pay hundreds of thousands of dollars extra, or you lose out on hundreds of thousands of dollars a year because the legislature is not open and transparent.
Questions, comments on Article 33? Go ahead, please.
Hang on a minute. The last line kind of got me. The governor, hang on, will be served in hand with a copy of this request with a warning that a notice of intent to sue the Commonwealth will be served if this demand is not met or exceeded. Like, where are we getting an army in a hurry? They're going to do stuff behind the closed doors you're never going to know about. Who's going to sue them? The town of Templeton? You know?
Where are we getting the money?
Do you have an answer, please?
It's just like the other article. There is no cost to the town of Templeton, and anybody out there can bring a notice of intent to sue. Any individual citizen, any town that decides to. What I hope is, like the other article, that we can go to members of the Massachusetts House and present them, you know, with this demand, and if you have enough towns, cities and towns do it, and enough bodies do it, and enough individuals do it, maybe they will pay attention.
Yeah, right, maybe.
Okay. Any more questions or comments on Article 33? Go ahead, please.
Terry Griffiths, 12 Drury Lane. This is totally off the wall, but communities out west are banding together to send strong messages to the state because they provide the drinking water for Boston, and they're not getting the compensation for keeping their land pure so their water doesn't get polluted, and yet we're not getting compensated. We do have part of the Quabbin watershed up on Queen Lake Road, so we're keeping that pristine, and what are we getting for it in return? So I'm for this, and to start banding with other communities that sacrifice for Boston.
Any more questions on Article 33? Okay, seeing none, we're going to go to vote on Article 33.
All the way right along.
Okay, please vote on Article 33 now. close the voting on Article 33. Okay, Article 33 passed at 10:04. Article 34, please.
Mr. Moderator, Article 34, a citizen's petition concerning payment in lieu of taxes by the Commonwealth. I move Article 34 as printed in the voter's guide.
Can I get a second? Second. Thank you. Okay, I'll open up the floor to questions and comments on Article 34.
Mr. Moderator, Matthew Rivard, 270 Gray Road, Templeton. This one is again about equity. All right. Every town gets payment in lieu of taxes from the state for the land that the state owns within the town. Okay? And the equity there is that not every town gets paid the same amount. Okay? If you take a look at the article, in the article it states that the town of Templeton gets paid $60 an acre in pilot for anything the state owns. Whereas, for example, the town of West Tisbury, which is on one of the island, which is on Nantucket Island, gets paid $571 an acre. Almost 10 times what the town of Templeton gets. Why does West Tisbury get 10 times the amount of pilot than Templeton does? And all this is a petition to, again, to the legislature to make it equitable, make it fair for all of the cities and towns, and not just for the ones that they want to pay. It's as simple as it is.
Two things, if I may, Mr. Moderator.
Go ahead, please.
Two things very quick about this. As a result of this petition, Senator Peter Durant is filing legislation to even the playing field. Quite candidly, if the town of Templeton does not get at least $500,000 more, there probably will be the notice of intent to sue. I'm hoping that the bill passes with at least $200 to $300 in pilot money per acre paid to Templeton. One final note: West Tisbury, you should know, they are building a high school for the cost of $330 million, and they right now are in the process of receiving $81 million in state aid to do that. It should have been capped at, and I thought it was capped at $50 million. And if a portion of that money was redistributed, you'd probably have between Templeton and Phillipston another $500,000 to $800,000. So that is yet another way that is inequitable.
Any more questions on Article 34? Okay, seeing none, we'll go to vote on Article 34. Okay, please vote on Article 34 now. Okay, close the voting on Article 34. Okay, Article 34 passed at 10:08. Article 35, please.
Rachel Herman, 41 Pleasant Street. I move that the articles as written in the warrant be passed over, or not passed over, but I don't have to read them. I don't want to have to read this whole thing. The Attorney General already reviewed this same language for both Article 35 and Article 36. We found out in April that the Attorney General gave a big thumbs down on these because these...
So you waived the reading, but I do need a signed copy.
I have it?
Yes. I'll need a second on that.
Okay, so super brief explanation is that these articles, as they're written in the warrant, are no good. They cannot become a bylaw because they are in conflict with solid waste management state law. So that's not entirely a bad thing, because we have found out that this activity, which is referred to as chemical recycling, advanced recycling, which is essentially burning plastic to make fuel, this activity is protected. It is cited by the Department of Environmental Protection in Massachusetts, so we cannot get involved with that. We can't have any say in it. However, there are a lot of guardrails within those environmental laws related to solid waste management. So, for example, our Board of Health has a lot of control, and so on. So we can't do anything about it. However, at the same time, I want to recognize that the EPA has been basically getting rid of a lot of environmental laws. And in other states, such as Pennsylvania and Ohio, where the oil and gas industry is much stronger.
So, Rachel, are you amending this article, or?
I'm amending these articles.
All right, so you have to put the amendment in.
You just need a motion that says this. If this is the amendment that's being proposed, we just need a main motion.
I'm going to read it now.
If you have an amendment?
I have an amendment. I want to amend this
to Article 35.
35.
Yes, so please read that.
Yes, to see if the town will amend zoning bylaw chapter 300-8, commercial industrial A zoning district CIA, by adding to section A the following. Activities prohibited include chemical manufacturing involving bioethanol and other fuel, polymer, petroleum, fertilizer, ethylene, batch, or specialty chemicals. Excluded from such prohibited activities are facilities under the jurisdiction of the Commonwealth Department of Environmental Protection as regulated in Chapter 111, Section 150A, and Chapter 40A, Section 9, and related laws and regulations related pertaining to solid waste, or take any action relative thereto. So a yes vote on this
All right, so you read your amendment, now we have to get a second.
Oh.
Second, thank you. Okay, I need that signed.
Okay. So a yes vote on this will have no effect under the law at this time. However, if, as the trend seems to be going, environmental protections on the federal level are gutted, and the EPA does not protect us anymore, then there would be like the supremacy clause of the Constitution would make Massachusetts law negated. It would negate Massachusetts environmental law, so we would not be protected under the current Chapter 111, Section 150A. So this, a yes vote on this would protect us in that event that this becomes unregulated, so at least the town has a foot in the door saying, no, you can't do this.
Okay, any more questions or comments on the amendment to Article 35? Okay, oh, we have one. Nope. All right.
Mr. Moderator.
Yeah.
Can you just clarify, this is the only motion that's been made, correct? To my understanding. Well, she doesn't have to do that, she just has to make a motion. If it's different, that's fine. So she can, this can just be her. It's not even amended, it's just the motion. You have to have a motion first to amend it. So that, I think this is just the main motion, but I just want to clarify that this is the only motion that she's made.
Striking the entire 35. Yes.
Okay, we're going to go to vote on Article 35. Okay, vote now, please. Okay, close voting on Article 35. Okay, that was a 2/3, so it failed at 10:16. Okay, Article 36.
Mr. Moderator, I move to avoid reading Article 36 for the same reasons.
So, yeah, so all you have to do is read.
Yes. And I move to strike.
That will be your main motion.
I move to strike Article 36 in its entirety, just like the previous one, and amend Article 36 as follows. To see if the town will amend zoning chapter bylaw 300-9, Commercial Industrial's B zoning district, by adding Section A to the following. Activities prohibited include chemical manufacturing involving bioethanol and other fuel, polymers, petroleum, fertilizer, ethylene, batch and/or specialty chemical plants. Excluded from such prohibited activities are facilities under the jurisdiction of the Commonwealth's Department of Environmental Protection as regulated under Chapter 111, Section 150A, Chapter 40A, Section 9, and related laws and regulations pertaining to solid waste, or take action relative thereto.
Can I get a second? Second. Thank you. All right, I'll open up the floor to questions and comments on Article 36. As it was just read. Do you have a question or comment?
Please reconsider voting for these. They're an added layer of protection for the town, and we've been trying a lot, and she's done a lot of work to try to get it so they'll pass muster with the Attorney General, and I think these are going to work this time. So if you, we want to start focusing on what types of businesses we want in town, but we also want to restrict the ones that we don't want in town.
Go ahead, please.
April Cover, 24 Meadowbrook Lane. I do agree with this one. I think that we do need to have conversations with our zoning board and our planning board and things of that sort to put our protections in place. In our surrounding communities, I have seen them trying to put those storage facilities and things of that sort into those particular towns and them voting no on it and having, big signs stating that. So I do think that this is something that should be talked about definitely with our zoning board.
Mr. Moderator, the planning board, non-voting is here.
All right, is there anyone from the planning board here, by any chance? Okay, there's not.
They're not here, they're not here.
Okay, is there any more questions or comments on Article 36, the amendment as read? Okay, we're going to go to vote on Article 36. Okay, vote on Article 36, please. Okay, close voting on Article 36. Article 36 passed at 10:21.
Mr. Moderator, motion to reconsider Article 35.
Hold on.
Oh, sorry. Okay, Julie. Terry Griffiths, 12 Drury Lane.
Thank you.
Okay, Article 37.
I just made a motion to reconsider Article 35.
But did you never asked, I didn't know, you walked? So,
Seconded, though. Second.
so I didn't hear you say the whole thing, because you got cut off over there. So just do it again then.
My apologies, Mr. Moderator. Terry Griffiths, 12 Drury Lane. Motion to reconsider Article 35.
Second.
Okay, we got a second? All right, I'll open up the floor to, well, no.
I'm not
All right, give me a minute, they gotta set it up.
I want to say. It is getting late.
35.
What time is this going to pass?
Which one, 36? Okay, so the motion on the floor is to reconsider Article 35. So if it's a yes vote, we'll go back to Article 35. It's a no vote, we're all done with 35 for tonight. So can we go to vote? Okay, please vote now on the reconsidering of it. Okay, close voting on the reconsidering. And with no 56, yes 47, so reconsidering failed at 10:23. Okay. We're on to Article 37.
Article 37, citizens petition.
Name, please.
I would like to strike the entire article as written and propose an amendment and refer voters to the printed article.
Yeah. Can I get your name first, though, please?
See what?
If you're gonna make a motion on the floor, I at least need your name.
Oh, Rachel Herman, 41 Pleasant Street. I'm sorry.
Okay, and then go ahead with your motion.
I move that the article, reading of the article be waived because it's already in the warrant, and strike it out entirely. And I have an amendment to the article.
Okay, so as we discussed earlier, if you're gonna just want this amendment, just use that as your main motion when you read it. Just read this amendment as your main motion.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Amendment to Article 37. To see if the town, in keeping with the spirit of transparency and open communication, will vote to prohibit town officials from signing non-disclosure agreements or entering into any agreement, except as authorized by law, obligating the town an amount in excess of $10,000 or equivalent value without the consent of a town meeting, or take any action relative thereto.
Second. It has nothing to do with Article 37. It's ultimately your call, very far
Yes, it is.
It has nothing to do with it.
All right, so what you are trying to do with 37, you can't do this. That's way out of the scope of what 37, the original 37 says. If you're going to...
The original article was related to transparency. The citizens were trying to determine...
Yes, but this is not even close to what the original article is. You can't just come to... You can't change an article to something completely different. That's not even close to what the original one was.
It's about transparency, which is what we were asking. We were trying to find out what was going on with a certain property, which was being handled in an unaccountably strange way.
Moderator, point of order. The amendment is nothing to do with the original motion that was there. I would move to pass over Article 37.
Okay. All right, there's a...
Oh, sorry. William Cummings, 9 Pine Point. I would move to pass over Article 37.
All right. I got a second? Okay, so we have the motion is to pass over 37. So we'll have to go to vote on that. Okay, please vote on the passover of Article 37. Okay, close the voting on the passover of 37. Okay, we're passing over 37. That
passed at 10:28. Article 38.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Rachel Herman, 41 Pleasant Street. Article 38, Citizens Petition. We, the undersigned, are qualified voters of the town of Templeton, and request the subject below to be acted upon at the next annual town meeting to see if the town will vote to amend zoning bylaws to add the following 360-day moratorium on data centers. Whereas the proliferation of data center expansion in Massachusetts, cities and towns have taken moratoriums under advisement in order to review their zoning and land use and to formulate regulations governing the impacts of these facilities, which require adoption by ordinance of the governing body of the city or town. And whereas the town of Templeton's zoning and land use and development regulations make no specific provision for data centers within the town, either by right or special use permit, whereas data centers may pose a significant risk to safety and quality of life, including the use of large-capacity diesel generators, fuel tanks, and noise. Therefore, the town shall adopt the following definition in Article 2, Definitions 300-7, Interpretation and Word Usage, Items Defined. And, oh boy, there's a lot. Should I go and read the whole thing?
If this is what you're presenting, you could just ask to waive the reading as is in the voter's guide.
Oh, could I waive the reading of the rest of this definition?
Well, again, if your intent is to present Article 38 as it's written in the voter's guide,
yes,
then you can.
Yes, I do intend that.
That's all you need to say. Article 38 as presented in the voter's guide.
Sorry, I've been up since 5 in the morning. I'm a little bit loopy here.
All right.
Okay. So I would like to, as it's presented in the warrant.
All right. So I need a signed copy of that?
Yes.
And can I get a second?
Second.
Okay, thank you. All right.
We'd have to make a
Okay, open up the floor to questions and comments.
I have a comment.
No, that it's right.
On 38. Go ahead.
Yes, I just want to point out that the technology that's deployed in these facilities is something that our town officials need support in dealing with. We need a legal, health, scientific, environmental specialists to be consulted to figure out how to manage these types of activities. Right now, we're wide open, and we want to be able to regulate this so that it's controlled and so that we can reduce what is widely known as a lot of harm that can come from these data centers, not only to health, but to the town finances, which we've been talking about a lot tonight, water and electric, and so on. So, yes.
Go ahead, please.
Gage Pacier, Farnsworth Road. I'd like to speak in support of this and any other preventions of data centers in the Templeton area. Not only has there been established studies that show that it raises the overall temperature of the area and deposits heavy metals in your water, it actually dramatically changes the water table by how much is used and how much evaporates and where that ends up falling later. Yes, water is water, it stays on the planet Earth, but in what condition and in what place can change dramatically depending on the heat, the usage, and where it goes. in the end of it. Additionally, even to establish these data centers, it does not give significant jobs or tax revenue to the areas that they are established. So I do not see any benefit to having one in Templeton. Thank you.
Go ahead, please.
April Cover, 24 Meadowbrook Lane, and I'm speaking as a resident. How I do agree with these citizen petitions and the fact that she brought them forward. However, I also agree with the fact that we have boards to address these concerns, and I think that the proper steps should be made before these are brought to the floor here. So I'm making a motion to pass over.
Okay, we have a motion to pass over. So that motion is debatable, if anyone wants to debate the motion to pass over. Go ahead, you, sir.
I'm not quite ready to pass over this at this time. Noel Francis, 14 State Road, Baldwinville. I have a great deal of sympathy with Rachel. What Rachel is doing really points out the need, and I believe something was included in the budget for an economic planner. A planner can get the town money so that we are not in the bullseye for projects like a pyrolysis plant or a battery lithium plant or a data center. And I also point out that within the past year, there's been created by the state an 11-person energy facilities siting board, which takes all of the final decision-making of these type of plants out of your local planning board. And this is terrible. It really is. And what she's trying to do is, circumvent, what this energy facility siting board may do. That's all I have to say.
Go ahead, please.
Mr. Moderator, Robert May, 137 Shady Lane. I'm not ready to pass over this at all. If you read anything out there, you read that the average data center in the United States uses between 1 million and 5 million gallons of water a day. The electrical use is off the charts, and they raise the temperature an average of 3.6 degrees within 6.3 miles of the facility. This is not something that I don't even think we could handle in Templeton with just the water use alone. And I like my water. I want to keep it in the ground. Thank you.
Go ahead, please.
With all due respect to Ms. Culver's comments, I want to point out that the planning board and other boards do not post their agendas until Friday night, sometimes just several days before they have a meeting, which is not adequate time for me to attend a meeting, or an average person, let alone myself, because I have to figure out how to get some kind of hearing accommodations, because in meetings I'm not hearing well. I need to have captions. So the second thing is, I'm sorry to say that the demeanor of the planning boards sometimes is a little rough on the petitioners who come before them. And it's just not a pleasant experience. You can watch any of the TCTV videos on the planning board, and I'm not convinced that citizens are treated in a very respectful manner. So who wants to go subject themselves to that? I made overtures to the Division of Development Services throughout all of last year, and I actually met with the director about these issues. I have gone above and beyond trying to make contact with these boards and to sit down together and talk. And we had one meeting. Supposedly there would be more meetings, but there haven't been. And that's not from my fault. I have gone way beyond trying to communicate about this. So I think the point that Ms. Culver makes about passing over this is not valid because of these reasons I'm giving. And And now, I also want to point out that I agree with everything that other people have been saying, and we don't want to have a boondoggle on our hands. We need to get up front. We need to get a bond from these kind of people, millions of, $5 million or whatever dollars, to decommission and remove all this toxic stuff if they go out of business. We don't want them walking away. There's a lot of planning. This is only a year of consideration.
Can you wrap it up? Okay, thank you. Go ahead, next person.
Terry Griffiths, 12 Drury Lane. To my knowledge, I'm not ready to pass over this article because, to my knowledge, this would create the opportunity for the boards to continue discussion on these type of issues for the town of Templeton, which Lori Weeder is working on ordinances from the Board of Health point of view that she can restrict businesses like battery energy storage systems, data centers, and other dirty businesses that would harm the town. So a moratorium would help the planning board and help Lori in that department to have more time to write up what we need to keep the town safe. So I'm not in a favor of passing over this motion. I think a moratorium should be voted on and should be enacted on to give our...
Cover our ass.
To cover our ass.
Okay, the debate on the passing over is over. We still have to vote on that motion to pass over. So we're going to vote on the motion to pass over. If it passes, then we're done. If it fails, we'll continue to discuss 38. Okay, vote on the motion, just the motion to pass over.
Whoops. Vote is on. Oh, shit, you can change your vote. Yeah, you can. Just
Okay, voting's done on the motion to pass over. All right, and that motion failed, so we will continue on 38. At 10:41 it failed.
Reese LaPrade, Eagle Lane, Templeton. I make a motion to move the question.
Okay, the motion on the floor is moved and we got a second, so we will go to vote. We'll vote on move the question, which if move the question passes, we will then go immediately to vote on 38. If it fails, we'll go back to more discussion on 38.
Could you explain that again, Mr. Moderator, please?
So the motion on the floor is to move the question. That's what we're going to vote on. So if move the question passes, that means we will go directly to vote on 38. If it fails, we'll go back to discussion on 38. Oh, shoot.
We still have time.
You can still keep voting. I haven't closed it yet. You still have time to keep voting.
I have it.
Okay, I'm going to close the voting on move the question. Okay, move the question passed at 10:43, so we're going to go directly to voting on Article 38. Yeah, we're going to vote on Article 38. Okay, please vote now.
Rachel, you got to vote.
She can't hear you.
Okay, close the voting on Article 38. Okay, Article 38 passed at 10:44. Article 39, please.
Did you write that it passed?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Article 39, we, the undersigned, are qualified voters of the town of Templeton and request the subject below to be acted upon at the next town meeting to see if the town will adopt the following interim restriction moratorium to its zoning bylaws. While the town recognizes an act promoting a clean energy grid, advancing equity, and protecting ratepayers, the so-called 2024 Climate Act, the Massachusetts Department of Energy Resources has yet to promulgate final regulations governing battery energy storage systems, a land use not presently addressed by this ordinance. Since such regulations must be known and duly considered in order to effectively evaluate and establish local zoning regulations for such a novel and evolving use in regard to public health, safety, and welfare, this interim restriction is hereby established. For purposes of this section, a battery energy storage system is one of more devices assembled together capable of storing energy in order to supply and distribute electrical energy at a future time, including any standalone principal use of the land. An accessory system, such as supporting a non-best principal use, having an aggregate energy capacity of 250 kilowatts or more. Excluded from this definition is any large 100-watt megawatt capacity or more, solely under the jurisdiction of the Commonwealth's Energy Siting Board, as specified by the Act and its regulations. In any zoning district, the battery energy storage system is prohibited use. This moratorium shall remain in effect until and through May 12, 2027, or such time prior when zoning regulations supersede any provision of this section are duly adopted.
Can I get a second?
Second.
Thank you. Okay, I'll open the floor up to questions and comments on 39.
Rachel Herman, 41 Pleasant Street. Very briefly, these are one of the scariest things I can imagine because they're a threat to not only abutters, but people for miles around, and also first responders. They do not provide jobs. They do not provide anything beyond the initial construction phase. And again, the town would need to make plans for finances such as decommissioning bonds, specialty consultants and lawyers, such as environmental lawyers, also emergency preparedness, environmental protection, property value compensation and landscaping to abutters, adequate insurance, community outreach, and so on. We're dealing with PFAS and PFOS and all these other potential forever chemicals that would be involved with this technology. So I'm hoping that everyone will vote yes.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, sir.
Mr. Moderator, Robert May, 137 Shady Lane. I'm speaking as a citizen. I just was wondering if we have anybody here still at this late hour who could discuss the, let's say, availability of fire apparatus to put out battery fires and how we're positioned for that. I think, well, if we have somebody, I'd appreciate it. Is the chief? Yeah, the chief's
I see the chief's here.
I'd appreciate that.
So the chief's going to speak, I believe. Either that or he's just taking a walk.
Thank you.
Just take the walk.
I'm glad you're here.
Getting your steps in, huh? You can all pee on it.
David Dickey, 427 Dudley Road, speaking as the fire chief. Any of these facilities would have to go through plan review, and our current staffing and fire apparatus in this town would not be able to handle a storage unit like this at this time.
Never get it out.
Any other questions or comments?
Terry Griffiths, 12 Drury Lane. I've been working with the Board of Health following the draft proposed ordinances that Lori's strong language, they're good. But on a side note, DEP doesn't, at the state level, doesn't even have this under wraps. So these big, they look like trailers, and right now, they only have to be spaced 3 feet apart. And they generate a lot of heat for combustion.
You never get the fire.
Okay, thank you.
Mike Dixon, 465 Patriots Road. My only question on this, even though I support it in general, there's no discussion about solar arrays. I mean, are we going to get down to electric car batteries in garages? Or is this specifically something industrial in scope? I mean, I don't want to see electric cars being closed out of Templeton, and I don't want to see solar arrays being closed out of Templeton. I don't want to see solar farms being phased out of Templeton. If this is industrial trailer trucks parked closely side by side in a compact area, yeah, I can see that being a problem. But I would not want to support it, and it's not designated in here as to what battery, groups are not going to be allowed.
Do you have an answer to that?
No, you go ahead.
Thank you. I want to point out that the article has the statement that this moratorium shall remain effective until and through May 12, 2027, or such time prior when zoning regulations supersede any provision of this section are duly adopted. So the whole idea is just to give the planning board, the Board of Health, Select Board, all these people time to gather their resources to know how to deal with this. Then they will hopefully be reasonable and say, well, no, we want people to be able to power their house with their electric vehicle or whatever, have their own home use.
Difference.
Okay, I don't know if that answered your question, but go ahead.
Mike Dixon, 465 Patriots Road. I was just going to go out and buy a Tesla, and I was just going to put solar panels on my house. So am I not going to be allowed to do that during this, through the moderator? I mean, it says that there's going to be a moratorium through May 12, 2027. So no solar panels, no electric cars, no solar arrays between now and May 12, 2027.
Okay. Do you have an answer to that?
I'd like to respond to that.
If you have an answer.
It does state...
Name, please.
Thank you for the reminder. Gage Pacier, Farnsworth Road. It does state later in the article about the capacity that we're concerned about. The capacity here appears to be 250 kilowatt hours or more, and if you can find a Tesla that does even half that,
okay,
I'd like to also
So that's the controlling factor right there, the 250 kilowatts?
Yes.
And so that would be an industrial trailer?
Yes. For reference, I believe
you. I believe you.
It's 82 kilowatts for a Tesla. So.
Thank you.
Go ahead, please.
Randy Brown, 116 Main Street. So the ones they already have in town, are they exempt from this law if it passes, or do they have to ship them away? There already is some of these in town, so I'm just curious.
Okay, does anyone have an answer to that?
At that capacity? At that capacity?
Yeah, your light department owns one.
I would like to address that comment. My understanding in general is that anytime a law is introduced or a bylaw, anything that came before is grandfathered in. I'm not aware of any best facilities in town, but these things are really large, and the ones that are the really large ones are regulated by the Energy Siting Board, so we can't do much about that. The smaller ones are I'm losing my train of thought. I'm very sorry.
Go ahead, please.
Good evening. My name is Justin Piles. I live on Turner Lane, and I do have a question for this audience. What businesses are we open to come into our town to help offset the taxes?
Safe ones.
Safe ones.
Pollution-free.
Safe.
So many different businesses you can have.
I will tell you some of the language in this last few articles is very constricting as far as what is available, including entrepreneurs that would like to come in and potentially open up a brewery. We're talking about distillation, changing of components into liquids from solids. I mean, where does it start? Where does it stop?
Go ahead, please.
Terry Griffiths, 12 Drury Lane. To my knowledge, this came up because Oakham was forced to put a battery energy storage facility or park in their town by the governor. So what Lori said at the Board of Health meeting is, we can restrict, but we can't stop it. So the idea is to give ourselves time to come up with restrictions. So if you've ever seen one, it looks like a trailer park of batteries. And again, there's no regulation of how far apart they could be, so that's something the town could work on, and if we have to have one. But a moratorium would give us a chance to think this through, give the Board of Health a chance to approve their ordinances in a timely manner to prevent Templeton from battery fires or worse.
Okay, any more questions or comments on Article 39?
Ivana Bellarado, Fessenden Street. Just to follow up on that, because I agree, part of the solution in my brain is bringing in business, bringing in opportunity, festivals, things that would really bring this town a lot of sales revenue. And so I obviously don't want to restrict it to a degree, but correct me if I'm wrong, the things that I'm seeing in articles that are talking about that heated process do seem to be all related to plastics or things being turned into crude oil. So I think just to feed the example of breweries, I think this is more of a proposition to bring to the select board as concerns so that they can narrow down, something that makes sense while hopefully still actually taking the opportunity to consider some opportunities in this town, because we've clearly missed a few in the last few years, and I think hopefully that's a wake-up call and that we can do something to come back from that.
Any more questions or comments on Article 39?
I hope that there's beer in heaven, we need more breweries more than anything else. But these facilities do not bring in anything like they promise. So they just bring in a lot of risk. So we're just trying to manage risk, and the kilowatt, the 250 kilowatt capacity is quite a lot. That's more than any home person would be using. So it's a reasonable article.
Go ahead, please.
Matthew Scott, Boynton Road, and not that I'm not in favor of this, I just want to let everybody know the way the world's going and the way everybody wants things to be green and get rid of diesel fuel and promote batteries. Once they started talking about kilowatt hours, I just wanted to mention, a lot of people who lived in Templeton prior to me living here, drove 18-wheelers. If they do get electrified, which they probably will get electrified, that probably would put them over that capacity. I know you were talking about Teslas, but I just wanted to raise that as a potential, not to shoot her idea down if she wants to, alter it or change it or make sure that there's exclusions. I just wanted to mention that could be in the foreseeable future.
Okay, thank you. Any more questions or comments on Article 39?
Yes, this article clearly does not address vehicles. It's addressing energy storage. So this concern about this it's good that it's been brought up, but it certainly does not address anything to do with prohibiting vehicles, trucks, and so on. What we need to be thinking is that these things have a lot of risks, and that having the board, the various boards in town have time to evaluate these risks and make appropriate changes is what's really needed to keep the citizens safe. We're talking about safety. Plus, the diesel, it's not just electric, because they have to have a backup. Both the data centers and the bus facilities, but especially the data centers, but they'll have a backup diesel generators and fuel stored on site, which is another risk.
Go ahead, please.
Hi, Danielle Kirby. I would like to move the question.
Did she say move did she say move the question? Yes. You did? Okay. I got a second? Okay. All right. Give us a second. We'll get it on the board here. Okay, everyone understands, if we move the question, if it passes, we're going to go immediately to vote on Article 39, just so everyone's aware. So, whenever you guys are ready. Okay, you can vote on move the question. Okay, close voting on move the question. Okay, move the question passed at 11:01.
Who's a wise guy? I know, right? That's the wrong button.
Okay, we're going to go directly to vote on Article 39. Okay, you can vote on Article 39 now, please. Okay, close the voting on Article 39.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, Article, what would it have to be, was that a two-thirds? It was definitely a two-thirds. It says it. Maybe. So, yeah, but it's a two-thirds vote. All right, so because it's a two-thirds vote, Article 39 failed at 11:01.
What? Hear you. What?
I said because it's a two-thirds vote, Article 39 failed at 11:01. Okay, Article 40, please.
Rachel Herman, 41 Pleasant Street. Citizens petition, we the undersigned are qualified voters, Town of Templeton, request the subject below be acted upon at the next annual town meeting to see if the town will vote to adopt the following to Article 2 definitions, 300-7, interpretation and word usage, terms defined, manufacturing heavy. Uses that include significant impact on the environment and community during assembly, fabrication, processing, and treatment of raw materials or other industrial products with large-scale machinery and high-volume freight loading, unloading, and storage activities. Such use does not include heavy metal fabrication, batch plants, slaughterhouses, salvage yards, asphalt, chemical, or petroleum manufacturing or refining, exploration for natural gas and petroleum, transfer, piping, processing, or treatment of natural gas or petroleum, or related stockpiling of materials and other uses with potential harmful environmental and nuisance impacts, or take any other action thereto.
Can I get a second? Second, thank you. And I already have a signed copy, so I'll open up discussion on Article 40. Questions, comments?
One question. The book says majority. Majority is different than two-thirds?
Mike Dixon, 465 Patriots Road. I worked in industry for 45 years, and we, on one hand, say we need more industry, we need more industry. Why are our taxes so high? We don't have any industry. And then we want to put something like this and not have this type of industry come into our town. Well, what kind of industry do you want? I mean, in the middle of Gardner, near a playground, Simplex Time Recorder had 2,500 people working there. They had a plating line with numerous chemicals and strippers. They had a paint line there using lacquer-based paints. They used metalworking. They had 65 people in their metalworking shop. They had another 60-some-odd people working in their machine shop. It was heavy manufacturing. That's what brings money in. Not that we're going to get somebody like that out here, but I mean, you don't want to restrict the type of manufacturing that you're going to do in town. Now, I also admit I don't want to bring a heavy polluter into town, all right? But some of the things that are listed here is the way you run a business, the way you run a manufacturing plant. The gentleman over here said the same thing. What do we want to bring in? Somebody just said beer. Is that the only thing we want to do in town is have beer companies? I mean, that's crazy.
And hold on one second. To answer your question, it is a 2/3 vote on this article, and it was on the last one.
Even though it says majority in the book?
Yes, even though sometimes they don't get it right in the book.
Thank you.
Go ahead, please, sir.
Yes, Justin Piles, Turner Lane. I find this article to be contradicting in nature. Taking a look at the wording and the manufacturing heavy to include large-scale machinery and high-volume freight, including an unloading storage activities. Then on the next chapter or paragraph, it reads, such usages do not include heavy metal fabricating, batch plants, slaughterhouses, salvage yards. We have 4 salvage yards in Templeton alone. This is contradicting in nature.
It doesn't include. It
Does not include, but it talks about above it in the manufacturing of heavy that include the use of large-scale machinery, high-volume freight loading and unloading, and storage activities. What is a salvage yard? Automotive, large-scale cars, chemicals being loaded onto freight trucks to be sent off. This article is contradicting in nature.
Okay, go ahead, sir.
Mike Milner, Shore Drive. The article is just way too vague. The way it's written, it does include some things that are excluded, but it leaves. It's just way too vague. It's unenforceable. It's not reasonable.
Okay, any more questions or comments on Article 40? Okay, I don't see anyone, so we're going to go to vote on Article 40, and it is a 2/3 vote.
Is this it, then? This is 40.
Okay, yeah, let's go to, okay, you could vote on Article 40. Okay, close the voting on Article 40. Okay, Article 40 failed at 11:08. Motion to dissolve. Can I get a second?
Mr. Moderator, I've moved to revisit Article 39 on the battery energy storage system because people weren't sure if it was a 2/3 or a majority vote, so I moved to revisit the question. Article 39.
You got a second? We'll have to go to vote on that.
Moderator, point of order, there was a motion to dismiss on the floor.
Thank you.
You think so? That's true. Just 1 second, please.
Okay, so the motion to dissolve comes first. Do you want, can you guys put that up on the board and we'll vote on it? That way, if people don't want to dissolve the meeting, we could do it again. Okay. So the motion to dissolve is,
How come they didn't come up to the mic? In order to make a motion, you have to be Mr. Moderator, Terry Griffiths, 12 Joy Lane. How come they didn't come up to the mic to make that motion? Just yell it out?
Well, at the same time, I did say, can I get a motion to dissolve right after that, so, and it was seconded.
It's on the advisory.
Okay, so we're going to vote on the motion to dissolve the meeting. If you can vote now. If you vote yes, enough people vote yes, we're done. If they vote no, then you can reconsider that article.
Anybody who says we'll go and dig up boots and we're voting.
okay, close the voting on that?
The trick is, you just voted no. Don't either.
Okay, our annual meeting is over at 11:11.